Hello, everyone. Good morning, guys. Good morning, everyone. Is the audio video clear to all? Quickly tell me, quickly give me a heads up, everyone. Is the audio video clear to all? Good morning. Diksha, Guru, Selva, good morning. Good morning, guys. Good morning, everyone. Chalo, can we go ahead and start the class? Did you guys practice question answers yesterday? How many of you did practice question answers? How many of you did practice question answers? How many of you did practice question answers? I want to know about how many of you did practice question answers. If you did, very good, very good. That was very, very important. People who did not do, please start practicing question answers. It is very, very important. Chalo, let's go ahead and get it started, everyone. Now, we go ahead and move to the next chapter, everyone. Please come to your chart book. Let's move to the next chapter. Let's move to the next chapter. The next chapter which we are going to do now is the chapter of composition levy. Please come to composition, everyone. Composition levy. See, Baba, let's take a linking of the chapter and then we'll go ahead. How does the chapter of composition levy come into picture? Let's go ahead and do that linking and then we'll go ahead, everyone. Everyone over here, see. We started learning GST with goods or service. Goods or service has to be supplied. Supply can be either interstate supply or intrastate supply. Interstate supply, I told you, IGST will be levied. Intrastate supply, CGST will be levied. We had gone ahead and learned. Till here that says when will IGST be levied, when will CGST be levied, RCM, forward charge, e-commerce, we had gone ahead and learned. Now, listen to me very carefully. So, whenever goods and service will be supplied, intrastate, CGST and SGST will be levied, correct? I am talking only about CGST because SGST is not a part of our syllabus. Once GST gets levied, what will the person do? He will take output, he will take input, he will collect output, he will take input, he will set it up, pay the balance to the government, file his return, etc. Now, small people went to the government and told, sir, I am very small trader, please, sir, don't ask me to take input, then charge GST, set it up, pay the balance, file the return, sir. So much headache. Please give me a simple scheme. And government told, okay, instead of going ahead and levying GST under section number 9 on you, if you want, you can go for section number 10 ka composition levy, which is there. And here we are going to go ahead and discuss composition levy, everyone. Composition levy means small people ke liye government went ahead and gave small levy which is there. Done, sir. This point is clear. Sir, what kind of a chapter is this? Composition scheme, composition levy. Sir, this chapter is a B graded chapter. Might be you get a 4-mark question or might not get a 4-mark question. 4 marks to 4 marks, I believe, is the maximum that should be asked. It's a B graded chapter, everyone. Now listen to me very carefully. Sir, who are the people who are eligible to go ahead, who are eligible to go ahead and take composition scheme? Everyone, if your preceding financial year, first of all, who are the people who are eligible? If my preceding financial year ka turnover, my preceding means last year ka turnover is up to 50 lakh rupees, aggregate turnover is less than equal to 1.5 crore, less than equal to 1.5 crore or 75 lakh in some state. I am cutting 50 lakh, you don't cut anything. Always remember one thing, whenever you are taking aggregate turnover for the purpose of going ahead and checking whether you are eligible or not, it is 1.5 crore for some state and for some state it is 75 lakh rupees. Sir, for which state it is 1.5 crore and for which state it is 75 lakh rupees? So always remember one thing, for Mantus, it is 75 lakh rupees. Sir, who is Mantus? Everyone, listen to me very carefully. Mantus. M cube it is Meghalaya, Manipur, and Mizoram. It is how much, everyone? For them, it is 75 lakh rupees. 75 lakh rupees. ठीक है, sir? A for Arunachal Pradesh. Then N for Nagaland. T for Tripura. U for Uttarakhand. And S for Sikkim. Remember this, everyone. For this state, the limit is 75 lakh rupees for composition. The limit for composition for this state is only 75 lakh rupees. ठीक है, sir? This point is clear. Now listen to me very carefully. Sir, what about 1.5 crore? 1.5 crore, I've gone ahead and told it is for the state of HOJA. H for Himachal Pradesh, sir. O for any other state which is there. J for Jammu and Kashmir, and A for Assam. Now you will go ahead and tell me, sir, you could have told me all this as other states only, but Baba, why I have told them separate is because this and this, all the three are special category states, but for them still the limit has been given as 1.5 crore, and hence I've gone ahead and told it is separately that HOJA, you should remember separately. These are three. HJA are special category state, but still they have been given the limit of 1.5 crore. Done, sir. This point is clear. So, Baba, Mantus हो जा, mental हो जा नहीं, Mantus हो जा. Mantus, it is 75 lakh. हो जा, it is 1.5 crore. I hope this point is clear to all of you. Yes, sir, this point is clear. Now listen. Whenever you are going ahead and checking the eligibility, whether you are eligible or not eligible, then Baba, always remember one thing. Previous year ka turnover you will go ahead and see, and previous year ka turnover mein you should always exclude if you have any interest ka income. Interest ka income, to check eligibility, always exclude interest or discount. Baba, the discount is bill discounting wala discount, which is also basically interest only. Done, sir? So always, whenever you are checking 1.5 crore, 75 lakhs, you should always go ahead and exclude interest income or discount income which is there. Now, sir, in the preceding financial year, if my turnover is up to 1.5 crore or 75 lakh, then in the current financial year, you will have to go ahead and see, in the current financial year, you can go ahead and opt for an option of composition scheme up to your turnover of 1.5 crore or 75 lakh in the current year. In the current year also, you should not go ahead and exceed 1.5 crore or 75 lakh which is there. This 50 lakh I'm cutting, you don't cut, after some time it will come. So, sir, if in the preceding financial year, my turnover is up to 1.5 crore 75 lakh, in the current year, up to a turnover of 1.5 crore 75 lakh, I will get an option. Option it is. Either you can go for normal scheme, take input, charge GST, set up, pay the balance, normal scheme. Or you have an option to go for composition scheme. They have gone ahead and told, but always remember this option should be taken PAN wise, all India basis to opt together. So for an example, if I go ahead and tell you, under my PAN number in India, I have 3 places of business which are there. Baba, remember, one place can be under composition, other can be under normal scheme, is not possible. If one is going for composition, all have to come inside composition scheme only. So, sir, if one is going out of composition scheme, one does something which is ineligible, then Baba, all will be out of composition scheme. So PAN wise, under your PAN number, whichever place of business you have registered, all have to come in composition together or all have to go out together. Once you have gone ahead and taken composition scheme, sir, who are the people who can go ahead? If you are telling you may opt for composition scheme, sir, who are the people who are eligible? So eligible people are told under section number 10.1. Section number 10.1 goes ahead and says, if you are a person who is eligible, sir, eligible person are manufacturer, trader, and restaurant. There are 3 people who are eligible: manufacturer, trader, and restaurant. I go ahead and tell them as MTR. People, remember this, very, very important. Who are the people who are eligible for composition scheme? MTR is eligible. M for manufacturer, T for trader, R for restaurant. M for manufacturer, T for trader, and R for restaurant. M for manufacturer pays. So, sir, if I'm a manufacturer under composition scheme, how much tax should I go ahead and pay? So they went ahead and told you should go ahead and pay CGST 0.5% of your turnover, SGST 0.5% of your turnover. If you are a trader, you should pay 0.5% of your turnover, which is only taxable supply. Trader pays 0.5%, CGST 0.5% SGST of the turnover of taxable supply. Restaurant will go ahead and pay 2.5% of the turnover and 2.5% of the turnover. And mind it, it's your own obligation. Please don't collect it from the customer, from your own pocket. You have to go ahead and pay 0.5%, 0.5%, 0.5, 0.5, 2.5 and 2.5. Here, the difference between manufacturer and trader over here is manufacturer pays his on his total turnover, which is including taxable supply, exempt supply, etc. On his total turnover, he has to pay 0.5, 0.5. But a trader will pay tax only on his taxable supply. He has to pay 0.5% and 0.5%. Remember, only on his taxable supply. So on exempt supplies, traders don't go ahead and pay. Done, sir. This point is clear. Everyone over here now, listen. So manufacturers which are there. So I went ahead and told you, if your people with me, everyone, if your preceding financial year turnover is up to 1.5 crore or 75 lakh, 75 lakh Mantus, 1.5 crore Hoja, then in the current financial year, up to a turnover of 1.5 crore 75 lakh, till the time you don't cost the turnover, you will be given an option. Option is to go for composition scheme. If you're going for that option, PAN wise all India basis has to go in together. All your businesses under the same PAN number has to come inside composition scheme together. Okay, sir. Who are the people who are eligible to go for composition scheme? Section number 10(1) says, who are the people eligible? MTR. Manufacturer pays 0.5%, 0.5%. Trader pays 0.5, 0.5 only of the taxable supplies. Do you guys recall this point? That trader does not pay on the exempt supply. Trader pays only of the taxable supplies. Do you guys recall when I told you in the class, everyone? Yes, sir, we recall. And then restaurant goes ahead and pays 2.5 and 2.5. Mind it, it's paid out of your own pocket. You don't go ahead and collect it from your customer. Now, sir, whoever people are eligible, they cannot go ahead and collect the tax from their customer. If you can't collect, why will you give a tax invoice? You will not give a tax invoice. You will just go ahead and issue a bill. It's a bill which is known as bill of supply, which you will go ahead and issue. It's just a bill which you will go ahead and issue, which is known as bill of supply. And remember, your front party who has gone ahead and purchased from you on the basis of bill of supply, he will not get any input tax credit. So what is the document you go ahead and issue? If you are under composition scheme, you issue bill of supply, and the front person will never go ahead and get the credit on the basis of bill of supply. Okay, sir. Now, if I am a person who is eligible, can I go ahead and take the input tax credit, sir? Yes, they have gone ahead and told no. You will not get. Baba, remember, if you are a composition person, no output tax, no input tax. You can't charge to customer, you can't take any credit also. No input tax. Sir, registered person who is going ahead and supplying you, you will not get any credit. So if this person is a registered person, he charged me GST also, but I will not get any input tax credit which is there. If I have received 9.3 and 9.4 wala RCM wala supplies which you had gone ahead and understood over here, 9.4 is anyways not applicable to you. 9.3 and 9.4 wala supplies which I had gone ahead and supplied. Everyone listen to me very carefully. 9.3 and 9.4 wala supplies which I had gone ahead and taken. 9.3 and 9.4 wala supplies which I had gone ahead and taken. Remember, I have to pay the tax under RCM. RCM, when I am paying the tax, it is not 1%, etc. which I have to go ahead and pay. You have to go ahead and pay the exact amount of tax which is there. For an example, on composition dealer went ahead into advocate ka services. So advocate ka service fees where the rate applicable is 18%. So he'll have to pay under RCM 18%. He took GTA services. GTA services 5% RCM is applicable. He'll have to pay 5%. So RCM may whatever supplies you take, you will also not get the credit, but you have to pay the tax under RCM. Done, sir. This point is clear. So everyone over here now. Now, if under section number 10(1), I am a person who is eligible for composition scheme, but then if I go ahead and do this, which what do I do, sir? If you go ahead and do what is told under section number 10(2), then you will become ineligible. Very, very important. Section number 10(1), read with 10(2). 10(1), they told you are eligible, but then they told if you do those things which are told under 10(2), section number 10(2), then you will become ineligible. What are the things which are told under section number 10(2)? You will become ineligible under section number 10(1) if you are falling anywhere in mines. Sir, is everyone 100% clear till here? Quickly give me a heads up, then we'll go ahead. Under 10(2), section number 10(2), then you will become ineligible. What are the things? Now, who are the people who are ineligible under section number? Who are the people who are ineligible under section number 10.1 means if I am a manufacturer, if I am a trader, I am a restaurant, when will I become ineligible? You will become ineligible if you are falling anywhere under mines. Please remember this, if you are falling under anywhere under mines. Sir, what do you mean by mines? If you are a manufacturer of a tip beta, sir, manufacturer of a tip beta, a tip bet, sir, betting done on the basis of a tip. ठीक है, तो A tip bet. A for sir if you are manufacturer of aerated water, cold drinks, etc. T for sir if you are manufacturer of tobacco. I for ice cream and other edible ice. P for pan masala. B for bricks. Now bricks are of various types which are there. Fly ash ka bricks are there. Fly ash ka bricks, blocks or aggregate. Baba bricks or big blocks which are there, or any aggregates like small stones if you have gone ahead and made, or bricks made out of fossil meal or similar siliceous earth, or building bricks. So all the three I go ahead and call them as bricks only. ठीक है sir. Or तो sir I've gone ahead and told you aerated water, tobacco, ice cream, pan masala, bricks, fly ash bricks, normal bricks. Okay. E for E and T, earthen and roofing tiles. ET, earthen and roofing tile. So remember one thing, you are a manufacturer of pan masala, aerated water, ice cream, a tip bet, you remember, a tip bet. Done sir, a tip bet, then baba you will become ineligible. You can't go ahead and do manufacturing of this item. Okay sir, but mind it, only manufacturers are ineligible. If you are a trader, you will be eligible. Manufacturers are ineligible. Who are manufacturers? Who buy raw material, make the finished goods. Those are manufacturers. Who are trader? Who buy as it is and sell as it is. They don't do any manufacturing activity. So remember, traders are eligible, manufacturers are ineligible. Done. Secondly, interstate outward supplier of goods and service. So if you are going in and supplying from one state to another state, gone baba gone, composition scheme gone. You can't take composition scheme. If you are a supplier of sir, M done, M for manufacturer, I for interstate outward. If you are going and supplying from one state to another state, interstate, then gone. Sir, can I go ahead and purchase from other state? Yes, Baba, purchasing is fine, but you can't go ahead and supply to other state. Then Baba, you will not be eligible. The next one over here is N. N for non-taxable goods and services. N for non-taxable goods and service. Currently, the non-taxable goods under GST are alcoholic liquor for human consumption and HP man, which is there. Alcoholic liquor for human consumption and HP man. And the next one is NRTP or CTP, which is there. They are also NRTP or CTP, which is there, are also ineligible for composition scheme. E for e-commerce. If you are going ahead and selling services through e-commerce, so basically people go to Urban Club directs you and you go ahead and provide the services. So for an example, you are a beautician, you are going ahead and providing services through e-commerce, then Baba, you will not be eligible because they have gone ahead and told person supplying services through e-commerce, where the e-commerce will go ahead and deduct TCS. In this TCS ka chapter, we will go ahead and talk about it. So Baba, if you are supplying services through what? E-commerce, then you will become ineligible for composition scheme. And S for service providers other than restaurant and catering service provider. Remember, if you are a service provider, you will become ineligible for composition scheme, but only restaurant and catering is the service which are allowed to go for composition scheme. Done sir, point is clear, because restaurant and catering wala was specifically allowed. Done sir, this point is clear. Are we all 100% clear till here? Are we all 100% clear till here? Yes, sir, we are all clear. Now listen to me very carefully. In your exam, they will go ahead and tell you, sir, first thing first, you should remember that, sir, what is the limit for turnover? So in the preceding financial year, if your turnover is 1.5 or 75 lakh, Mantus, Hoja, Mantus 75, 1.5 crore is for Hoja. Then in the current financial year, you are eligible. Eligible then, who are the people eligible? MTR is eligible. Who are the people eligible? MTR is eligible. They can't take credit, they can't charge GST. Out of their own pocket, they have to go ahead and pay the tax 0.5, 0.5, 0.5, 0.5 and 2.5 and 2.5. Done sir, this point is clear. And sir, if I am a person eligible under section number 10.1, if I go ahead and do some things which are told under 10.2, then I will become ineligible. What are the things which are told under section number 10.2? Section number 10.2 may they have gone and told, if you are falling anywhere in mines, then you will become ineligible. Yes sir, we are all clear. Chalo, now we will go ahead and talk about it. A little more I'll go ahead and tell, and then we'll close the chapter. Now listen to me very carefully. If I go ahead Everyone listen. If I go ahead and give someone, service providers are ineligible, correct? People went ahead and asked the government. People went ahead and told the government only restaurant service wala is eligible. Other than that, any service provider will be ineligible for composition scheme. Any service provider will be ineligible for composition scheme. Government told yes. So people told, sir, we have bank account. Okay? We have put money in the bank. Bank is going ahead and using our money. Because bank is using our money, they are giving us interest. It means when I have gone ahead and given money to use to the bank, it means I have gone ahead and given a service. So they are telling whenever you put money in the bank account, it means you have gone ahead and given a service. And you are receiving interest, it means you have gone ahead and given a service. Sir, giving money to use to someone. Money is neither goods nor service, but giving money to use is a service. And sir, I become a service provider. In India, everyone has a bank account. Everyone is receiving interest and everyone is a service provider. But then they went ahead and told, Baba, remember one thing. Then it will become very difficult. No one will be able to take composition scheme because everyone will be a service provider and service providers are ineligible. So government went ahead and told over here that even if you have interest income, no problem, Baba. Still we will go ahead and consider you as a supplier of goods only and we'll give you composition scheme. It means even if you have interest ka income, even if you have any interest ka income, please remember, wherever you see interest under composition scheme, Baba, please delete that interest. Don't go ahead and consider it anywhere, whether in turnover, whether it aggregate turnover, when you have to make the tax ka payment in the turnover or seeing the last year ka turnover, never go ahead and consider interest in your turnover when you are under composition scheme. Then, sir, this point is clear. Now, people went ahead and told again one thing, sir, I am a manufacturer of television. I am a manufacturer of television. I manufacture television and I sell. So I am a supplier of goods. I am a manufacturer and manufacturers are eligible, you went ahead and told. Correct, sir. Now you tell me one thing, sir. I went ahead and supplied goods. But when people want to repair the television, they also come to me and tell, please, can you do the repairing? Or I am a supplier of mobile phone. I go ahead and supply mobile phone. But when people have any issues with the mobile phone, they come and tell me, sir, can you please do the repairing? So I am mainly a supplier of goods. I'm mainly a manufacturer or a trader or a restaurant. But along with my manufacturing, along with my restaurant, along with my trading, manufacturing, trading and restaurant, along with that, I go ahead and do little services. So government went ahead and told, if you are a supplier of goods, for an example, if you are a manufacturer and you want to provide little service, I'll go ahead and allow you. And government went ahead and told, okay, you can go ahead and provide services up to 10% of your turnover, which is the last year turnover, or 5 lakh, whichever is higher. This much services are allowed. So service providers are ineligible. But if you are a manufacturer, trader or restaurant, little services they have gone ahead and allowed you. And that little services they have gone ahead and told MTR allowed to supply services up to 10% of the turnover in state or UT, excluding interest or discount. Whatever interest income is there anywhere in GST. Composition scheme, anywhere in composition scheme, wherever you go ahead and see interest income, please ignore it. Or, sir, 10% of the turnover in state or union territory, excluding the interest income in the preceding financial year or 5 lakh, whichever is higher. I'll go ahead and tell you over here. Listen. This is the preceding financial year. Preceding financial year mein, I am in the state of Karnataka. My taxable supplies is 80 lakh rupees. My interest income is 10 lakh rupees. So my aggregate turnover always will exclude interest and that aggregate turnover will be 80 lakh rupees over here. Yes, sir. In the current financial year, am I eligible for composition scheme? Yes, you are eligible because Karnataka ke liye the limit is 1.5 crore and last year my turnover has not crossed 1.5 crore, so I am eligible. If you are eligible, can you guys tell me everyone, if you are eligible over here, how much services can you go ahead and provide? Can you tell me everyone, how much services can you go ahead and provide if you are a person who is eligible? Please tell me everyone, how much services can you provide in this calculation? Can you tell me how much services can you go ahead and provide? Sir, yes, we can tell you 80 lakh rupees ka 10%, which is 8 lakh rupees or 5 lakh, whichever is higher. So 8 lakh rupees ka I can go ahead and provide services. It means my total turnover should not be crossing 1.5 crore. In that 1.5 crore, 8 lakh I can go ahead and provide services. Done, sir. Very good, everyone. That's all they have gone ahead and told. Now, when I have gone ahead and calculated that I can provide services up to 8 lakh rupees in the current year, in the current year also, this will be purely other services. Don't include any interest income in this. Don't include any interest income in this. Done, sir. Done, sir. Very good, very good, very good, everyone. People who are commenting, very good, very good. It means you are concentrating in the class. It means you are going ahead and understanding the concept. People who are not commenting, Baba, you will sleep after some time. So people who are commenting, please concentrate. Whenever I am asking any question, you have to go ahead and reply. If you are replying, means you are concentrating in the class. Very good. So it says after you have calculated 10% of 5 lakh, whichever is higher, it means you calculated 8 lakh over here. They are telling in 8 lakh also don't include any interest income. Don't include any interest income, excluding interest income in the current year also. In the current year, it means 8 lakh I can provide purely other services other than any interest income which is there. Done, sir. This point is clear. Now here, section number 10.1 told you who are the people eligible. 10.2 told you who are the people ineligible. So if 10.1 I am eligible, but if I am falling under 10.2, then I will become ineligible. And sir, service providers are ineligible for composition scheme. They have clearly told over here, service providers are ineligible for composition scheme. Done, sir. Now some people went to the government. Only little services you can provide. If you are a manufacturer, if you are a trader, if you are a restaurant wala, along with the manufacturing, along with the restaurant, along with the trading, you can provide 10% of 5 lakh, whichever is higher. Little services you can provide. Then people went to the government and told, sir, you are telling little services I can provide. But sir, I am to purely a service provider, like a chartered accountant, like a doctor. Sir, I also need composition scheme. Or sir, one state I am supplying goods, one state I am supplying services. It is not, services is not only 10% of 5 lakh, whichever is higher. It is way beyond, sir. One state goods, one state services. Now what to do? Can I go for composition scheme under 10.1 and 10.2? Baba, 10.1 should be read with 10.2. Okay, everyone? 10.1 says eligible. 10.1 may, if you are eligible, if you do this 10.2 other things, you will become ineligible. So 10.1 and 10.2 is together read. Now people went ahead and told, sir, I am a service provider, I am ineligible, you are telling. I am chartered accountant, doctor, engineer, interior decorator, what to do? We also want composition scheme. So government went ahead and told, okay, fine. If you are not eligible under section number 10.1 anywhere, or you are not eligible under 10.2, please come to section number 10.2a, where government went ahead and told, I will go ahead and give the option to a registered person whose aggregate turnover. So if you are a registered person and your aggregate turnover with aggregate turnover less than equal to 50 lakh in the preceding financial year. Baba, last year turnover is up to how much, everyone? So here I had written 50 lakh. Then in the current financial year, up to a turnover of 50 lakh, you will get composition scheme, and this composition scheme is given under section number 10.2. 10.2a. Section number 10.2a goes ahead and says, if you are ineligible under section number 10.1 and 10.2, you can come for 10.2a. 10.2a goes ahead and says you have to go ahead and pay tax at the rate of 6%. 6% means 3% CGST and 3% SGST. 3% CGST and 3% SGST of your turnover you have to go ahead and pay. Whenever you are making the payment of the tax also, you will take current year ka turnover. In current year ka turnover also don't include any interest which is there. And the condition is last year ka turnover should be up to 50 lakh and you should be ineligible under section number 10.1 and 10.2. You should be ineligible under section number 10.1 and 10.2 means you are ineligible as a manufacturer, trader, restaurant. Then you can come for 10.2a. Done, sir. This point is clear. Now, sir, who are the people who can't take section number 10.2a also? See, Baba, here I had gone ahead and written mines. Here you write, sir, if you are falling anywhere in M-I-N-E, I am not writing S over here. Why, sir? Because this scheme is for service providers. So they have not gone ahead and told service providers are ineligible. So they have gone ahead and told everyone here. Not manufacturing. You should not be manufacturing goods or service which are notified. What are the goods and service notified, sir? A, tip, beta, A, tip, bet. Correct, everyone. If you should not be engaged in making interstate outward supply, you should not be supplying outward supply. Non-taxable supplies you should not be doing. You should not be doing. You should not be an RTP or CTP. You should not be supplying services through e-commerce operator, where e-commerce operator will collect your TCS. Remember this point, everyone. Very, very important from exam point of view. So they went ahead and told, first of all, who are the people eligible? Section number 10.1 told MTR is eligible. But then section number 10.1 read with section number 10.2 went ahead and told, if you are falling in mines, you will become ineligible. Okay, sir. Anywhere under section number 10.1 and 10.2 you are ineligible, and you are or might be you are a service provider. Section number 10.2 told service providers are ineligible. So, sir, you can come for section number 10.2A, but mind it, here you have to go ahead and pay 3% CGST and 3% SGST. Basically, this scheme was introduced for service provider or goods plus service ka provider, where service ka turnover might be more than 10% of 5 lakh, whichever is higher. It is way beyond. So, they have gone ahead and told, we will introduce this scheme for you. Done, sir. This point is clear, and 10.2A was introduced. Are we all 100% clear till here? Sir, can you make a separate video regarding amendments only? Baba, is this the topic now? Okay, I'll go ahead and make, don't worry about it. Sir, aggregate turnover is span-wise. Yes, Baba, aggregate turnover means aggregate. Agreement means span-wise turnover. Sir, 10% of turnover or 5 lakh. This limit is provided for restaurant or other services provider. Baba, 10% or 5 lakh, whichever is higher, is provided for manufacturer also. It is provided for restaurant also. And restaurant wala doing his restaurant ka service other than restaurant services also, means restaurant wala is anyways the service provider. Other than restaurant services, he can go ahead and provide other services. 10% of 5 lakh, whichever is higher. Done, sir. This point is clear. Now, everyone listen to me very carefully. Composition dealer, if you are a person who is under composition scheme, then, sir, they are going ahead and telling, sir, if I am a person under composition scheme, when will I make the payment? So, they have gone ahead and told, sir, everyone over here now. If you are a person under a composition scheme, every quarter, April, May, June, you should go ahead. Every quarter gets over, you should make the GST ka payment, pay that 1%, 1%, 5% or 6%, whichever is there. And you have to file GST, CMP08, you have to go ahead and file over here. Every quarter gets over, file CMP08. Every quarter gets over, file CMP08. Every quarter gets over, file CMP08. Every quarter gets over, pay the tax and file CMP08. Once the year gets over, you had to go ahead and file your GSTR4, which was your return, the return by a composition dealer. Here, this is not a return. You have to pay the tax and you have to intimate that I made the payment of tax, and this intimation used to go in CMP08, and CMP08 for every quarter you have to go ahead and file. So 4 times in a year you have to go ahead and file. Every quarter gets over, whatever is the tax amount, pay and file CMP08, which was just an intimation. Now once the year gets over, you have to go ahead and file a return, which is GSTR4. You have to go ahead and file. This GSTR4 ka due date was 30th of April. Now the amendment over here is, Baba, the only amendment in composition is this due date is now 30th of June. Here everyone, so I have written over here. For January attempt, it was 30th April. Now January attempt is anyways gone. So, Baba, for GSTR4, which is there, the due date is 30th of June. Annual return. Baba, a composition dealer, after filing is the normal return, also files an annual return. GSTR9A, and that is to be filed by 31st of December is the due date for that. So, I have written over here, sir, annual return ka due date is 31st of December. Done, sir. This point is clear. Whenever you are a person under composition scheme, Baba, always remember, whenever you are a person under composition scheme, you should write in your bill, because people will ask, hey, you are registered, but you are not charging tax. So you should write in your bill and leave that I am a composition taxable person and I am not eligible to collect tax on my supplies. Also on your head, on your notice board, Baba, not on your actually head, notice board of your shop, head of your shop, basically you should go ahead and write, or the signboard that, sir, I am a composition taxable person, you should go ahead and write. Now listen to me very carefully. Whenever you are taking composition scheme, if you are taking a new registration, then in the time of filing for registration, part B, you just go ahead and say that I want composition scheme, and your registration comes under composition scheme. But if in between, supposingly, you have already taken normal registration and you want to switch. So first time, if you are taking, then part B, you can go ahead and take. But I took normal registration. Now I want to switch to composition scheme. Then, Baba, switching ke liye, you have to go online, and prior to the starting of the year. So which year you want composition scheme? Prior to the starting of the year, you have to go online and file one form, CMP02. Once you file CMP02 that I want composition scheme, then from the next year your registration will you will be under composition scheme. You don't take any ITC, you don't charge any tax from your pocket. You can pay that minimal tax which is there. Then sir, this point is clear. And remember, if you want to take composition scheme, you have to go online prior to the starting of the year. You have to file CMP02. Now, supposingly I have 3 place of business. So should I file CMP02 from 3 place of business? No, Baba. One intimation pan wise is required and not state wise. Pan wise, all India basis pay, one intimation you can go ahead and file, and that is enough. All the states will, all the places in all the states will come under composition scheme. You can log in from any registration and file CMP02. Sir, once I have gone ahead and filed CMP02, should I file it every year? Not required. Once you have filed, you will be under composition scheme continuing. Sir, if I want to check eligibility for composition scheme, if I want to see if I am eligible or not, should I take my turnover or pan-wise all India turnover? Baba, you should check your last year turnover, which is pan-wise aggregate turnover. Pan-wise aggregate turnover. Sir, tell me one thing. Now, in the current year, when I have to go ahead and make the payment of tax, always remember everyone, whenever you are going in and checking current year, supposing this is the previous year, preceding financial year, this is the current financial year, you want to check whether you are eligible for composition or not. Then, Baba, preceding financial year, you should check aggregate turnover. And then you should see whether you are eligible or not. Take current financial year, I am there in Karnataka also, I am there in Tamil Nadu also. Karnataka ka turnover is 50 lakh rupees, Tamil Nadu ka turnover is 30 lakh rupees for the quarter. Then on this you should pay 0.5% and 0.5% in CGST central government will take, and SGST which is Karnataka state government will take. And here on the turnover you should pay 0.5% CGST and 0.5% SGST which Tamil Nadu state government will take. It is on your turnover you make the payment, and but you check eligible or not eligible, then you have to check last year ka aggregate turnover. That's all they have gone ahead and told. Payment is always state-wise turnover. Payment is always state-wise turnover. Compliance is like filing of returns, record, etc. is always state-wise. Now, last point which I want you guys to remember over here, sir. Whenever you are going ahead and checking composition scheme, whether you, what is the amount of tax which is payable? What is the amount of tax which is payable? So, for an example, if I go ahead and ask you, 1st of April, everyone listen carefully. 1st of April, I started my business over here. 1st of April, say, till 30th of June, till I became liable to register. Means my taxable supplies was only 40 lakh rupees. So, up to 40 lakh, so I did not take registration only. Here I became liable to register. So, when I went online and I took registration under composition scheme. Now, what happened? For the full year, till the whole year gets over, supposingly till here. Here my taxable supplies is 60 lakh rupees. So, sir, from here 1st April till 30th of June, I became liable to register. Till now, I was not liable only. My turnover was not crossing 40 lakh also. Now, my turnover crossed 40 lakh rupees over here till here. Then I did taxable supplies of 60 lakh and my interest income is 10 lakh rupees. Can you tell me everyone, on what turnover should I go ahead and pay tax? Sir, on what turnover should I go ahead and pay tax? Sir, first of all, the taxable supply, which is up to 40 lakh, you never registered only, you don't have to pay any tax. On interest, you don't have to pay any tax. So, sir, on the turnover, which you have to pay tax payable on which turnover everyone? Tax payable on only 60 lakh rupees ka turnover, which is there. Done, sir. This point is clear. This is the, now take it to be preceding financial year. I want to ask you about current financial year. Supposing now I am in the next year. Next year, can you tell me what will be my last year turnover, aggregate turnover, if I want to see next year whether I am eligible? This is for paying tax. Now I am asking, what will be my last year turnover, aggregate turnover, if I want to check whether I am eligible in the current year or not? So can you tell me last year ka aggregate turnover, when I am checking whether I am eligible or not in the current year, I will see last year ka aggregate turnover. Can you tell me last year ka aggregate turnover? Remember, in aggregate turnover also, I have gone ahead and told you, always remember, aggregate turnover also, you should always go ahead and exclude your interest or discount which is there, and hence just exclude interest and discount, and last year aggregate turnover to check whether you are eligible in the current year or not will be 60 plus 40, 1 crore, and 1 crore means current year you are eligible. I hope this point is clear to all of you. Last year ka turnover, yes sir, this point is clear, and the same point I have gone ahead and written over here. Done sir, this point is clear. Baba, other than this, one point you can just remember in composition scheme, other than this, one small point which you can remember in composition scheme is, कि sir, whenever you are going ahead and under compulsion scheme you are there, supposingly you became ineligible means you cross the threshold limit or voluntarily you want to withdraw or you violate the condition and you became ineligible, then baba, that day the day you become ineligible, within 7 days you have to go online. If you become ineligible, you crossed, my question to all of you, in December 31st I crossed the turnover of 1.5 crore in the current year also, can I still continue till March under compulsion scheme? No. If you are going ahead and under compulsion scheme you are there, up to 1.5 crore you can be under compulsion scheme. The day you cross 1.5 crore you will become ineligible. So it says over here, sir, if you go ahead and cross the threshold limit or you voluntarily want to withdraw or you violate the condition and you become ineligible, then remember one thing, you will become a normal person, take ITC and charge GST. Done, sir. This point is clear. Remember, you have to go online and file CMP 04, which is there. If you are going ahead and violating the condition, then Baba, within 7 days of the violation, supposingly you started manufacturing any of this, you started doing any of this activity, then Baba, you will become ineligible. The day you become ineligible, within 7 days, you have to go ahead and file CMP 04. Sir, if I want to self-withdraw in between the year, yes, Baba, self-withdrawal in between the year is possible, but they are telling in case of self-withdrawal, CMP 04, before the date of such withdrawal, before going ahead and withdrawing, you should go online and file CMP 04. Basically, I'll tell you one thing. To take compulsion scheme, you should file CMP 02. To get out of compulsion scheme, you should file CMP 04. To get in, CMP 02. To get out, CMP 04. Done, sir. This point is clear. People, more than this point not required, this point not required. It is just for your reading. These are just for your reading. Section number 10.5 at intermediate level not required. This is just a reading category which is there. What is the difference between normal scheme and compulsion scheme? You guys can read. That's all everyone from compulsion scheme. Sir, B graded chapter. What is the most important part from the chapter? I'll tell you. Remember the aggregate turnover limit. Please do some questions from your book. Mantus and Hoja ke liye, what is the limit? Done, sir. Sir, who are the people eligible for compulsion scheme? What is the tax to be paid? Baba, in your book, there is a question wherein manufacturer, he pays 0.5% of the turnover. Trader pays 0.5% of the taxable supply. Please see this from your book. Done, sir. This point is clear. Also, calculating this 10% of 5 lakh, whichever is higher, this point I want you guys to see from your book. Remember, mines are ineligible. Please remember this point. Section number 10(2)(a), which I have gone ahead and told you. Please do one question on this also. These are some of the most important points. Other than this, in your amendment booklet, I'll show you. Only amendment from composition is the due date for filing of return GSTR4 for composition was 30th of April. Now this has become 30th of June. The only amendment, there is no other amendment in composition scheme. Done, sir. Please mark it and keep. And that's all, should be good enough for your exam. This, they can go ahead and tell you 30th June wala point, 1 mark, 1 MCQ. Right, everyone? I'll close my discussion on composition scheme over here. Today at home, please do some questions and go. Please do some question. Baba, remember, doing questions is very, very important. Done, sir. Closing my discussion on composition levy, everyone. Yes, Baba Vijay. Are we all done, everyone? Chalo, can we go ahead? Any doubts, anyone? Or we'll go ahead. See, Baba, it's a revision class. There is limited time. I can't go ahead and spend more time than this. Okay? For students who are sitting for the first time and thinking, sir, I've never studied, I think I can understand everything. It is not possible. It's a revision. I'm trying my best to go ahead and cover how much I can. But it's a revision, so we'll have to limit our discussion. Right, everyone? To only those things which are most important from exam point of view. Done, sir. Everyone over here now. Chalo, all clear? Very good, people. Please do some question at home today. Done, sir. Now, let's go ahead and move to the next chapter, registration, everyone. Please come to the chapter of registration. Registration. We started learning GST with goods or service. Goods or service has to be supplied. Sir, supply can be either interstate supply or supply can be either intrastate supply. Sir, you told interstate supply may I GST will get imposed, levied. Correct? C GST will get imposed. Done, sir. C GST will get levied. Once GST get levied, sir, some people ask for composition levy, which you entered and told. Sir, leave composition levy now. If goods and services are being supplied by you interstate, IGST will get levied. Intrastate, CGST will get levied. Now, whenever GST gets imposed on your goods, you should collect it from the customer and pay it to the government. So, the next step comes is you should collect and pay the GST which is there. When I have to collect and pay, do you think everyone in the country, for example, one person is there, he is selling goods in the signal, traffic signal which is there. His turnover, one small kid, his turnover is only 3-4 lakh rupees. Do you think he'll pay the GST? No. The government went ahead and told it has to be collected and paid by a taxable person. GST has to be collected and paid by a taxable person. Now, always remember one thing. Who is a taxable person? A taxable person is a person who is registered. So, he should collect and pay once he has taken registration. Or a taxable person also includes a person who is liable to registration but did not take registration. So people, remember one thing. If my turnover already crossed, but I told, who will come to know, and I did not take registration. If you did not take registration, you are still liable to pay tax. But it will be out of your own pocket. But sir, if I become liable and I take registration, you will become a registered person, and registered person ka benefit is he can collect and pay. So here we are in the chapter of registration now. Let's go ahead and understand who are the people who are eligible, who are the people who have to take registration, who are the people who are not required to take registration. A graded chapter, Baba, you will see 4 to 8 marks. Anything between 4 is minimum, which will be out of this first chart only. And sir, after this, whatever charts are there, if they go ahead and ask one question, again one 3 to 4 mark question. So 4 to 8 marks somewhere you will see from this chapter. I'll classify this chapter as A plus graded. Let's go ahead and get it started, everyone. Now, everyone over here, we went ahead and understood who are the people who are liable to register, sir, who are the people who are not liable to register, and who are the people who are required compulsory registration. They have gone ahead and told over here, section number 22, section number 23, and section number 24. Section number 22, section number 23, and section number 24. 22 mein they have gone ahead and told who are the people who are liable to register. 23 mein they have gone ahead and told who are the people who are not liable to register. And 24 mein they have gone ahead and told who are the people who are required compulsory registration which is there. So sir, who are the people who are liable to register? They went ahead and told a supplier will be liable to register. Who will be liable to register, everyone? Supplier will be liable to register in the state from where? In the state from where he is doing which supply? Taxable supply. From where you are doing which supply, everyone? Taxable supply, only when your aggregate turnover crosses 20 lakh rupees. Now you will tell me, sir, what is aggregate turnover? Aggregate turnover I have gone ahead and written down over here. That, sir, always remember aggregate turnover. If I am going ahead and checking your aggregate turnover, listen, you will become liable to register only when your aggregate turnover crosses. Aggregate turnover crosses the threshold limit. What do you mean by aggregate, everyone? Aggregate mein they have gone ahead and told aggregate includes TIE square. Sir, all my turnovers will be included in aggregate turnover. All my turnover means, see, aggregate and turnover. Aggregate means pan-wise, all India basis, you have to aggregate. Pan-wise, all India basis, you have to take the turnover. Turnover means what? Sir, what are the things that will come in turnover? They have told you should take taxable supplies. What is taxable supplies? Sir, on which tax is there? For example, I have done some supplies on which I am charging 18% tax, 5% tax. But these are taxable supplies. Interstate supply, one state to another state, if you have gone in and supplied, that will also come in your turnover. Exempt supplies. Exempt supply means, sir, exempt supplies are of 3 types. Remember, one is nil rated. One is nil rated, on which the rate of GST is only 0%. One is wholly exempted, which we'll learn in the next chapter, exemption chapter, on which rate of GST is there. But government told in public interest, Ramesh, don't go ahead and charge any tax. Those are called wholly exempted. And one is non-taxable supply. Non-taxable supply on which tax cannot be charged at all, which is alcoholic liquor for human consumption and HP med. Done, sir? This point is clear. And the next one is export supplies. So I have gone ahead and told you in your aggregate turnover, in your aggregate and turnover, aggregate and turnover. Aggregate means you will go ahead and include aggregate and turnover. Turnover means taxable supplies. all your interstate supplies, all your exempt supplies, and all your exports which are there. All my taxable supplies I have to go ahead and include. Interstate, one state to another state, interstate supplies. E for exempt supplies which are there. Exempt supply means what, everyone, sir? Nil rated supply. Nil rated means on which the rate of GST is only 0%. Sir, wholly exempt supply, which is exempted by what? Notification. Those supplies also have to go ahead and include. And one is non-taxable supply like alcoholic liquor for human consumption and HP man also you have to go ahead and include in your turnover. They are telling, sir, in your last year turnover, we'll go ahead and include everything. Not last year turnover. Basically, when we are going ahead and checking your aggregate turnover to see whether you are liable to register or not, we will go ahead and include everything. Taxable supply, interstate, exempt, export. Sir, why are you doing this? So that your turnover crosses, and if your turnover crosses, you will become liable to register, and if you register, you will collect and pay GST. Government wants collecting agent who will collect GST and pay to the government. Simple as that. So they are going in and telling, the more your turnover, you will become liable to register. Big people, you will be a big person, and we will make you register, and you should collect GST and pay GST to the government. Simple as that. Aggregate. Aggregate means what, everyone? So turnover. So if I am there in the state of Karnataka also, and Tamil Nadu also, and Delhi also, take my total turnover, and that is what meant by aggregate. Aggregate means span-wise turnover. Total turnover you have to go ahead and take. Now they are going ahead and telling, in your turnover, some things you should always go ahead and exclude. Inward supplies under RCM. People, I have gone ahead and taken some supplies on which I am paying the tax under RCM. Inward supplies. Inward is your purchase. Inward is never your sales. Turnover means what? Sales. We are trying to calculate sales. You should always include outward. You should never include any inward which is there. So they have told inward supplies on which you are paying the tax under RCM and GST should always be excluded. So turnover may include tied to taxable, interstate, exempt and export, and always exclude inward supplies on which you are paying the GST under RCM, and you should always exclude GST, whether it is CGST, SGST, IGST, UTGST, GST compensation cess, you should always go ahead and exclude. That's all they have gone ahead and told over here. Remember, include supplies made on behalf of principal. Invoice for further supplies in the name of the agent. So if I am an agent, you tell me one thing. If I am an agent, I go ahead and issue the invoice to the customer. That customer ko invoice, if I am going ahead and issuing, that will be my turnover, which is there in the turnover of the agent. If principal has issued the invoice to the customer, then it will go in principal ka turnover. But if invoice is issued by the agent, it will go in agent ka turnover. Then they went ahead and told outward supply on which tax is payable under RCM. Sir, I went ahead and supplied to my customer. Everyone over here now. I went ahead and supplied to my customer, and my customer has to pay the tax under RCM. Baba, if I go ahead and supply to my customer and customer has to pay the tax under RCM, it is my outward supply. It is my sale. He is paying the tax, so what? It will not become his turnover. It will be my turnover. Baba, remember, simple. Inward is never your turnover. Outward is your turnover. And always remember, activities under Schedule 3. Salary income. Don't include in your turnover. All these are never your turnover. Okay, sir? Never include in your aggregate turnover. Because what is not supply only, turnover it will never come. Turnover includes taxable supplies. Everyone with me? Turnover includes taxable supplies, interstate supplies, exempt and export. Inward supplies don't include. GST don't include. And whenever you have taken the turnover, it should be turnover. Under your PAN number, you have turnover in one state. Turnover always means state-wise. Aggregate turnover means total turnover PAN-wise. Is my point clear to all? Are you all clear with turnover, everyone? Aggregate turnover is clear? Yes. Now, they went ahead and told a supplier will be liable in the state from where he is doing taxable supply if his aggregate turnover is more than 20 lakh rupees. So, if your aggregate turnover crosses 20 lakh rupees, then you will be liable to register. Okay? Then they went ahead and told exception. If you are doing supplies from special category state, not all special category state, they have told only M square NT. Sir, what is M square NT? This 4 state. Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland, Tripura. Everyone with me. M square NT. Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland and Tripura. Then the limit will not be 20. The limit will be, you will be liable if aggregate turnover is more than 10 lakh rupees. The limit will become how much, everyone? The turnover limit will become how much? 10 lakh rupees if you are there doing business from any of the state. Which state, everyone? M square NT. Now listen to me very carefully. Some people went and told the government, sir, 20 lakh, 10 lakh, we want 40. We are exclusive supplier of goods, please give 40 lakh rupees. So earlier the limit was 20 and 10 only, but then government used the power under section number 23(2) and notified the category of people who will be exempted from registration. And government went ahead and told, if you are exclusive supplier of goods up to an aggregate turnover of 40 lakh, if you are exclusive supplier of goods up to an aggregate turnover of 40 lakh, we will exempt you from registration. But condition is, it is not applicable if person is required compulsory registration. If you are falling anywhere in compulsory registration, gone, you will not get 40 lakh rupees. Are compulsory registration to compulsory. 1 rupee ka turnover also you do, you have to take registration. I hope this point is clear. Yes, sir. If you are a supplier of a Tibetani, it is not a Tibet. No. It is only Tibet here. If you are a supplier of pan masala, ice cream, tobacco, bricks, earthen and roofing tile, then remember one thing, for you also 40 lakh limit is not there, you will fall under 20 lakh limit. And then if you are exercising voluntary registration or you intend to continue, you are telling voluntarily, I want to take registration, then what 40 lakh limit for you? You are taking voluntarily, go ahead, 40 lakh rupees is not applicable to you. You are voluntarily taking, you are telling, sir, my turnover is 5 lakh, I want to take, then take. The next one, if you are intra-state supplier in M square NT and Pumas of Telangana, if you are an intra-state supplier in which state? M square NT and Pumas of Telangana, you will not get 40 lakh limit. So, sir, who will get 40 lakh limit? Everyone, I will tell you, you should remember this in the exam. For section number 22(1), you should read this with section number 23(2). May the notification which is issued, and you should remember this. It is the final crux which is there, which I have gone and written here. I have told, see, please divide turnover limits in 3 parts. One is M square NT, one is Pumas of Telangana, and one is Oak of Himachal Pradesh. If you are from M square NT, whether you are supplying only goods, whether you are supplying only service, whether you are supplying goods and service both, for you the limit will be 10 lakh rupees only. M square NT means Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland, Tripura. With me everyone, Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland, Tripura. Done, sir. If you are in the state of Pumas of Telangana, if Telangana team is there for IPL, for an example, 2020, T20 team, then Baba, remember, it will be 20, 20, 20 and 20. 20 for supplier of goods also and 20 for supplier of service also. They have gone ahead and told Pumas, Puducherry, Uttarakhand, Meghalaya, Assam. Assam comes in Oak of Himachal Pradesh. Arunachal, Sikkim and Telangana. Limit will be over here, 20 lakh. Whether you are supplier of goods or supplier of service or goods plus service, doesn't matter. For you, the limit will be 20 lakh rupees. If you are there from Oak of Himachal Pradesh, sir, what is Oak of Himachal Pradesh? O for other state, A for Assam, K for Jammu and Kashmir, and H for Himachal Pradesh. Then remember one thing, if you are a supplier of goods, the limit is 40 lakh. If you are a supplier of goods, service or goods plus service, the limit is 20 lakh rupees. So here is the change that, sir, 40 lakh limit was given for those people who are Hope of Himachal Pradesh and supplying goods. But this 40 lakh limit ke liye they have told, this 40 lakh is not available if you are required, number one, compulsory registration. Then gone, Baba, compulsory registration, then take compulsory. If you fall anywhere in section number 24, then gone, you have to take compulsory registration. Secondly, if you are supplying Tibet, then gone, you will get 20 lakh, you will not get 40 lakh. Tibet people don't get 40 lakh. Tibet means tobacco, ice cream, pan masala, bricks, earthen and roofing tile. Done, sir. This point is clear. Thirdly, if you are taking voluntary registration, government is telling if you are exercising voluntary registration, then what 40 lakh? You want to be self-made bakra. You are telling 1 rupee I want to take registration. Take. No 40 lakh limit is applicable. You can go ahead and take. People, tell me quickly everyone, are we clear with the registration limit which is there? Are we all clear with the registration limit? Are we all clear with the registration limit? Done, sir. This point is clear to all. Everyone over here now. Listen. Bhumi. Sir, Bhumi, what kind of a question is this? Aggregate turnover includes taxable, interstate, exempt and export. I'm telling from that time it will include taxable, interstate, exempt and export. You are telling no sir, it should not include. What do you mean by it should not include? Are turnover includes these four things only: taxable, interstate, exempt and export. Remember, tie 2. Please practice some question answers. Please practice some question answers. Bhumi, please practice some question answer. Can we go ahead, everyone? Everyone over here now. And Baba, it's not a regular class. We are in revision. We are just recapitulating what you have already learned. Everyone over here now. No, Baba, question answer not possible now. We have to go ahead and revise. Everyone, question answers, you have to sit at home and practice after the class gets over. Everyone over here now. Person who are liable for registration. If you are a supplier, you will be liable. In which state you are liable? In the state where you are going in and doing taxable supply. When your aggregate turnover crosses 20 lakh or 10 lakh, I have gone ahead and told you about 40 lakh rupees limit also. So remember, for M Square NT, the limit is 10 lakh rupees. For Pumas of Telangana, the limit is 20 lakh rupees. And for Oak of Himachal Pradesh, the limit is 20 lakh rupees. If you are a supplier of service, but if you are a supplier of goods, the limit will be given 40 lakh rupees. Please be very careful about it. This is very, very important from exam point of view. The limits are very, very important. Now, the next one. Everyone tell me one thing. If you are an exclusive supplier of goods, only then you are given 40 lakh ka limit. Because Oak of Himachal Pradesh may also, I have gone ahead and told you, if you are in Oak of Himachal Pradesh supplying service or goods ke saath you are supplying service, then the limit will become 20 lakh rupees. You will not be given limit of 40 lakh rupees. Now, people went ahead and told government one thing. People went ahead and told, sir, I am going ahead and putting money in the bank account. This is the bank. I go ahead and put money in the bank. When I go ahead and give bank ko money to use, or if I go ahead and give anyone money loan, or I give anyone advances, and I receive interest, it means I am giving loans, etc. I am a supplier of service and I am receiving interest income. Or if I put money in the bank account and receive interest, I am a supplier of service. Sir, supplier of service ke liye to you went ahead and told the limit will become 20 lakh rupees because goods plus service is 20 lakh rupees. So, sir, anyone in the country will not get 40 because everyone will have 1 or 2, 10 rupees, 50 rupees ka interest income. Everyone will have a bank account, they'll put money in the bank and they will receive interest. So, government went ahead and told, still, even if you have interest income, I will still consider you as supplier of goods. Even if you have interest income, you will not be considered as supplier of service. You will still be considered as supplier of goods and you will be given a higher limit of 40 lakh rupees. It says person shall be deemed exclusive supplier of goods even if he is engaged in supplying of service by way of extending deposit, loans and advance so far as the consideration is represented by interest or discount. Even if he is having interest income, still he will be considered as supplier of goods. Chalo, I'll go ahead and ask you everyone. I am in the state of Assam. Okay? I am a supplier of goods. I am going ahead and supplying medicine for an example. I am going ahead and supplying medicine and my medicine ka turnover is over here 30 lakh rupees. I also have interest income. Interest means I am a supplier of service. I have interest income of 5 lakh rupees. Can you tell me what is my aggregate turnover? Sir, your aggregate turnover is 35 lakh rupees. Can you tell me? I am a supplier of service also and goods also. Service is interest income. My question, what will be the limit applicable to me? Can you tell me everyone, what will be the limit applicable to me? What will be the limit available to me? Sir, the limit which will be available to you will be 40 lakh rupees over here. The limit which will be available to you will be 40 lakh rupees over here. Done, sir. This point is clear. 40. Baba, even if you have interest income, still you will not be considered as supplier of goods. You will still get a higher limit of 40 lakh rupees. You will still get a higher limit of 40 lakh rupees. Done, sir. Done, sir. Done, sir. Done, sir. Chalo, I'll go ahead and ask you one thing. I am a supplier of goods which is medicine from the state of Assam. I am a supplier of medicine, 30 lakh rupees. I am also a supplier of service where I am getting rental income. Rental income of 5 lakh rupees. My question over here, if I am going ahead and getting rental income of 5 lakh rupees, then what will be the limit which will be applicable to me? Now, can you tell me whether I'll be considered as supplier of goods or I'll be going ahead and considered as supplier of service. Baba, here if you're doing any other service, then Baba gone, your limit will be 20 lakh rupees only. Your limit will be 20 lakh rupees only. Very good, everyone. If you have interest income, then you will be given a higher limit of 40 lakh. But if you have any other service you are going in and providing, then Baba, you will not be given higher limit of 40 lakh rupees, because supplier of goods plus service, the limit will become 20 lakh rupees over here. Done, sir. This point is clear. Everyone over here now. So, sir, this first point which is there, very, very important from exam point of view. Please remember for your exam. Sir, can you please tell the turnover limit once again? I will tell you once again. Listen. Sir, registration limit. Listen. If you are there from the state of M square NT, Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland, Tripura, with me, everyone. Remember, if you are a supplier of goods, you will get 10 lakh ka limit. If you are a supplier of service also, you get 10 lakh rupees ka limit. And if you are a supplier of goods plus service also, you will get 10 lakh rupees ka limit only. Second one, if you are there from Pumas of Telangana, Pumas of Telangana. Remember, if you are there from the state of Pumas of Telangana, supplier of goods or supplier of service or goods plus service, you will get 20 lakh rupees ka limit. Done, sir. This point is clear. If you are there from Oak of Himachal Pradesh, remember one thing, if you are supplier of goods, you will get 40 lakh ka limit. If you are supplier of service or goods plus service, then you will get 20 lakh rupees ka limit over here. This is the limit which is there. And I want you guys to mandatorily practice question on section number 22 from our book which is there. Very, very important, everyone. You must do question and go for exam. Section number 21, you might see a question on this point. Done, sir. Section number 22, I have gone ahead and deleted, not required. 23 goes ahead and says, if you go ahead and transfer the business to someone else, everyone over here now, if I go ahead and transfer the business to someone else, I am a registered person. I am going ahead and buying the goods which are there. I went ahead and took the input tax credit. Later, I transferred because I am a registered person. Number one, I am a registered person. Number two, I went ahead and transferred my business as going concern. I transferred my business as going concern to another person. Then, section number 23 may government have told this is the transferee. This is the transferee. I am the transferer. This is the transferee. Transferee should go ahead and take registration. Don't see any turnover etc. of the transferee. If you transfer the business to someone, the transferee has to go ahead and take registration, collect GST and then pay the GST to the government. They have to take registration without seeing that turnover limit. So whenever one transferee is there, he is registered and he has transferred the business as going concern. Who will be liable? The transferee, the person whom he has gone ahead and transferred the business. The transferee has to go ahead and take registration. The next one over here, again transferee. So if there is A limited, B limited, A limited, B limited went ahead and transferred their business. Supposingly A limited was there and B limited was there. They merged into A B limited. In this scenario, always remember one thing. A limited and B limited were merged by a court order or tribunal order. They are the transferor over here. They are the transferee over here. In this scenario, transferor and transferee. Transferee has to go ahead and take registration. From which date? They have gone ahead and told over here. Whenever there is an amalgamation, etc. because of court order, the transferee shall be liable. Transferee shall be liable the day the transferee gets his birth certificate from the ROC. ROC is Registrar of Company, issues a certificate of incorporation. Basically, the day the transferee gets ROC say certificate of incorporation, that day the transferee will become liable. That's all has been told over here. Everyone over here now, please see section number 22. Are we all 100% clear till here? Sir, good question, Vamsi. Sir, turnover calculating the sir, to calculate the turnover for composition scheme, we should not include interest. Where's Baba in composition scheme? To anywhere you should not include interest. Turnover, aggregate turnover, never. Okay? But in registration chapter, when we see when you take aggregate turnover, you will include interest income. You will include interest income. But even if you have interest income, you will still get a higher limit of 40 lakh rupees. In composition scheme chapter, though we aggregate turnover, we do not add interest only. But in registration chapter, we include interest. But even if you have interest income which is in your turnover, still you will get a higher limit of 40 lakh rupees which is there, is being told. So if you are going in and doing service supply of goods from Oak of Himachal Pradesh, you get a higher limit of 40 lakh rupees. Even if you have in your aggregate turnover interest income, it's there in your turnover, but still it will not, you will not be considered supplier of service, you will still be considered a supplier of goods. I hope this point is clear, Vamsi. I hope this point is clear to everyone. Done, sir. This point is clear. Chalo, let's go ahead and now talk about section number 23. Section number 23 goes ahead and says those people who are not liable to register. Sir, who are the people not liable to register? Who are the people who are not liable to register? Person who are not liable to register. It goes ahead and says section number 22, 1A and B. 1A says any person exclusively engaged in supplying of goods, services that are not liable to pay tax, that are not liable to tax or wholly exempt. If I am going in and supplying those goods and services which are nil rated, wholly exempted, non-taxable supply, on my goods there is no tax only. If on my goods there is no tax only, even if I cross the turnover limit of 40 lakh, 20 lakh, whichever is applicable, what will I collect and pay? Nothing. So government is telling if you are going in and supplying those goods on which there is no tax only, you don't have to collect anything and pay only, then don't go ahead and take registration. Turnover limits etc. is not applicable. If you are not liable to pay anything, don't take any registration. Done, sir. This point is clear. The next one. Section number 23 may B point goes ahead and says an agriculturist who is an individual or HUF to the extent of supplying of produce out of cultivation of land. What do you mean by this? So if I am an agriculturist, government says agriculturist, whatever he grows out of the land and he sells, whether cashews, almonds, whatever you grow out of your land and you sell, you are not required to take registration. Even if your turnover crosses the turnover limit which is there, not required to take registration. Done, sir. This point is clear. Sir, who is an agriculturist? He is an individual or HUF who is putting sweat in the land, cultivation of land. Either his own labor he is putting, or he has got the family to work in the land, or he and his family are watching and people are working in the farmland, then he is an agriculturist. Remember, an agriculturist is basically a person who is putting sweat in the land, either himself or he got his family to work, or he and his family are watching and people are working, then this guy becomes an agriculturist. Done, sir. This point is clear. Individual HUF who does cultivation of land either by own labor or family labor or servants on wages or by hired laborer under personal and family supervision, then that guy is an agriculturist. And remember, an agriculturist is not required to take registration. Done, sir. This point is clear. So, sir, who are the people who are required registration? Who are the people who are not required registration? Not required may section number 22 may. There are some more people. There are some more people who are not required registration. Section number 22 may. There are some more people who are being exempted from registration. Government has gone and issued notification and told these people are not required registration. Means they are being exempted up to a limit from registration. But this section number 22 all are remaining points, I will go ahead and teach you with section number 24. Done, sir. This point is clear. I have gone ahead and told you in your registration chapter. Everyone, in our registration chapter, we have learned section number 22. We have learned section number 23. Now we are going to learn section number 24, which goes ahead and talks about compulsory registration, which is there, which goes ahead and talks about compulsory registration. So compulsory registration, they say, hey, put everything in the dustbin. Section number 21, 40 lakh, 20 lakh, 10 lakh limit and all. Forget it. These people will always be required to take compulsory registration. These people will be always required to take what, everyone? Compulsory registration. Very, very important from exam point of view. Please listen, everyone. Compulsory registration. Number one, if you are going ahead and doing interstate taxable supply. Interstate taxable supply means one state to another state you are going ahead and supplying. Gone. So, sir, interstate suppliers are required. Interstate suppliers are required compulsory registration. They went ahead and told. But then they went ahead and told interstate supplier can be of goods also. Interstate supplier can be of service also. So, interstate supplier of service went and told, sir, please exempt us up to 20 lakh, 10 lakh. We are supplier of service. If we go ahead and supply one service of 500 rupees to one friend outside the state, gone. The government told, okay, fine. I will go ahead and use my power under section number 22, and government went ahead and told supplier of service also exempt from registration up to 20 lakh or 10 lakh rupees. 20 lakh in all other state, 10 lakh in M square NT. They will not be required to take registration. So compulsory registration was required for supplier of service, but then exempted up to 20 lakh or 10 lakh. Then, sir, point is clear. Interstate supplier of goods. Interstate supplier of goods के केस में they went ahead and told everyone who is supplying goods from one state to another state is required compulsory registration. But then, sir, we are supplying handicraft goods. Handicraft goods wala people went to the government and told, sir, please do something. We are supplying from one state to another state. You are telling, sir, 4-5 lakh rupees ka sales is there. Take registration. So government went ahead and told, if you are a supplier of handicraft goods or craftsman goods which are made by hand, predominantly means what, sir? Mainly made by hand. More than 50% you are using your hand only and making it. Then, Baba, remember, exemption has been given up to 20 lakhs and 10 lakh. Remember, exemption up to 40 lakh is not given. 20 lakh and 10 lakh. 10 lakh if you are there in the state of M square NT. 10 lakh if you are there in the state of M square NT. 20 lakh in any other state you are there. You are exempted up to 20 lakh from compulsory registration. Done, sir. This point is clear. And any other goods, if you are going and supplying any other goods, then you have to take compulsory registration. Is this point clear? Yes, sir. The same thing I have gone and written. Exempt handicraft goods or craftsman goods up to 20 lakh or 10 lakh rupees, which goods which are predominantly made by hand. And interstate supplier of services are also exempted up to 20 lakh or 10 lakh rupees. My question to all of you, I would like to go ahead and ask you. So, for an example, I am a supplier of handicraft goods and craftsman goods which are equally made by hand and equally made by machine. Not mainly made by hand, equally made by hand and equally made by machine. Can you tell me, am I exempted or compulsory? Exempt or compulsory? Can you guys tell me? E or C? Exempt, E, compulsory, C. Tell me. Sir, compulsory. Why? Because only if it is mainly made by hand, then you are exempted. But if you are going in and making equally by hand and equally by machine, or you are making more by machine that item, then government is telling there is no exemption. We are giving exemption to our handicraft people who are basically making hand say goods. Very good, very good, very good. I love you all, everyone. Very good. Next, this point is very, very important from exam point of view. Very good, everyone. Okay, next. If you are a casual taxable person who is making taxable supply, again, casual taxable person. Who are these casual taxable person who casually go to some other state when there is an exhibition, etc. going on? They casually go to other state and go ahead and sell the goods and come back. So government goes ahead and says, if you are a casual taxable person, you are required compulsory. Again, sir, we are handicraft wala. So government went ahead and told, if you are a supplier of handicraft goods or craftsman goods which you are basically making by hand, then the government told up to 20 lakh or 10 lakh. Even if you go to other state and you are going in and selling, you are exempted from compulsory registration. So casual taxable person will be exempted from registration over here up to 20 lakh or 10 lakh. Sir, if they are making any other goods, then compulsory registration. So for example, I am a supplier of these bottles which are there. These bottles are not handicraft goods or craftsman goods. I am going ahead and taking these goods to other state and I am going ahead and selling. As a casual taxable person, casually I am going for a trade fair, casually I will go ahead and sell and come back. The government goes ahead and says, in that scenario, you will be required to take compulsory registration. Done, sir. This point is clear. Let's go ahead. Everyone over here now. So, sir, casual taxable persons were required compulsory registration, but the exemption was given to casual taxable person who is going to other state, interstate supplier up to 20 lakh or 10 lakh. Done, sir. Whenever you are required to pay tax under RCM. So, sir, if any tax is there which I am required to pay tax under RCM, reverse charge mechanism. Yes, sir, we went ahead and understood yesterday. Sir, reverse charge mechanism you had gone ahead and told us over here. Where? Here. All this scenario may reverse charge may, whenever you have to pay the tax, you have to take compulsory. Sir, how will I pay the tax under RCM? You will have to pay the tax, you will have to take compulsory registration. That's all they have gone ahead and told that, sir, person required to pay tax under RCM is required compulsory registration. Here, I want you guys to concentrate because there is a small point of amendment which I want you guys to learn. Listen. You know, metal scrap. Yes, sir, metal scrap. Metal scrap, in CA final you will learn this point. But Baba, this you have to learn now. Otherwise, you will not understand the amendment. Metal scrap, if one unregistered person who is unregistered, if he is going in and supplying metal scrap means, sir, what? Are like nickel, aluminium, iron, all this scrap, waste. If anyone is going in and selling to a registered person, So sir, because the person is unregistered, metal scrap पे actually rate of GST is, for an example, 18%. But because the supplier is unregistered, the registered person who is a recipient, he should pay the GST under RCM. Metal scrap pay, the recipient is required to pay the tax under RCM. People first tell me, is this point 100% clear to all? This RCM entry is with respect to goods. Goods is not applicable for CA intermediate, but this you have to learn to understand the amendment which is there. That's it. So unregistered person supplying to registered person should pay GST under RCM if it is metal scrap. Done sir, this point is clear. Okay. Tell me one thing, if director is giving services to company, company should pay GST under RCM. Who should take compulsory registration? Can you tell me everyone? Is it the D or is it the C who has to take compulsory registration? Can you tell me, is it the C or it is the D who has to take compulsory registration over here? Who has to take compulsory registration? Director or the company? Sir, company has to take compulsory registration. Students are telling, sir, company has to take compulsory registration. Very good, very good, very good, very good, everyone. Company has to take compulsory registration. Correct. Company has to take compulsory registration under section number 24. So tell me one thing. If I am going ahead and giving services to the company, where company will always pay the GST under RCM. Everyone, if I am going ahead and giving services to company and company will always pay the GST under RCM. So me being a director, even if my turnover crosses 20 lakh, 10 lakh, I am not going to collect anything and pay, because always the recipient pays the GST under RCM. Everyone, always the recipient pays the GST under RCM. So I am never going to collect anything and pay to the government. When I am not going to collect anything and pay to the government, government went in and told, if you are a director, if you are a supplier, basically, on your tax is always paid by the recipient under RCM. Everyone listen to me very carefully. If always, in case of a supplier, the recipient pays the tax under RCM, recipient has to take compulsory registration. And suppliers ko government told, even if your turnover crosses the registration limit, you are exempted under section number 22. Don't take registration. Registration not required. So people, remember, generally, who has to pay tax under RCM has to take compulsory registration, and always the suppliers are exempted. Whoever is the supplier, like the director over here in this scenario, in our chart, if I go ahead and tell you over here, these suppliers are required, suppliers are exempted. The recipients are required compulsory registration, correct? So suppliers are exempted from registration at all, because suppliers told, sir, when he is going to pay always, he will take compulsory registration. What will I do with registration? Government told, okay, you being the supplier, you are exempted from registration. Now done, sir. Listen. Now here, this exemption which is there is not applicable to supplier of metal scrap. This is the amendment this time, that sir, this exemption which is there, this exemption, that if you are a person supplying supplies on which tax is payable under RCM, if I am the supplier, recipient is paying the tax, he will take compulsory. Supplier is exempted. But this is not applicable to supplier of metal scrap. So I have gone ahead and told over here, see, I'll go ahead and show you from the amendment booklet here. Person exclusively supplying metal scrap will have to take registration after crossing the threshold limit and collect the GST under forward charge mechanism. What do you mean by this? Listen. Director giving services to a company, company will always pay GST under RCM, company will take compulsory registration. Director, even if it crosses 20 lakh, 10 lakh, doesn't matter, still company is going to pay. So directors are exempted, directors don't have to take registration. But this is not applicable in case of metal scrap. If you are an unregistered person who is supplying metal scrap to registered person pays GST under RCM. But the day these suppliers cross their threshold limit of 40 lakh, 20 lakh or 10 lakh, as the case may be. So sir, if the supplier crosses threshold for registration, he will have to take registration. He will go ahead and supply metal scrap. He will have to take registration. And you know what now? Now he will charge GST under forward charge. The recipient need not pay the GST under RCM. So till The suppliers of metal scrap don't cross the threshold, recipient pays. Recipient pays. Done? The day the suppliers cross the threshold limit, suppliers will have to take registration, charge GST and a forward charge mechanism. Is this point clear to all? So that is what is being told over here. See, person engaged in supplying of metal scrap will have to take registration after crossing the threshold limit, and GST has to be charged under forward charge mechanism. This point, one point is not applicable to you guys, which is this. But the second point is applicable to all of you. So remember one thing, sir, if I am a supplier of metal scrap and I go ahead and cross the threshold limit for registration, I should go ahead and take registration, charge the GST and the forward charge mechanism. In that scenario, the recipient will not be required to pay GST under RCM. And if recipient is not required to pay GST under RCM, recipient will not go ahead and take any compulsory registration. Is this point clear to all? Can we go ahead, everyone? Are we all clear till here, everyone? So they went ahead and told, if you are a supplier, your tax is always paid by the recipient under RCM. Recipient will take compulsory registration and you will be exempted. This exemption is not applicable to supplier of metal scrap. You can write and keep. This is not applicable to supplier of metal scrap. So if I am a supplier of metal scrap and I cross the threshold limit, which is 20 lakh, 10 lakh or 40 lakh, then I should take registration. I should charge the GST and a forward charge and pay it to the government. I hope this point is clear. Yes, sir, this point is clear. So, sir, you can write in your chart and keep. This exemption which is there is this exemption which was there in the corner here, this exemption which was there, you can mark from here that this exemption not applicable to supplier of metal scrap. Remember, for the metal scrap people, if they cross the threshold limit, they have to go ahead and charge the GST and a forward charge by taking registration. Then, sir, this point is clear. People, are we all 100% clear with this point? Can I go ahead, everyone? Yes, sir. Chalo, let's go ahead. The next one, person who are required to pay tax under 9(5) e-commerce operator. Do you remember Thar e-commerce operator? Yes, sir. When the e-commerce operator has to collect the tax and pay under section number 9(5), whenever the e-commerce operator has to collect the tax and pay the tax, whenever the e-commerce operator has to collect the tax and pay the tax, how will it pay? So, e-commerce operator has to go ahead and take compulsory registration. So, e-commerce operators, in case of Thar, transportation, housekeeping, accommodation, restaurant, e-commerce operators have to collect and pay the tax. To collect and pay the tax, e-commerce operators will not see their turnover. They have to take compulsory registration. Gone, Baba, gone. Yes, sir. Person who are required to pay tax under section number 9(5), which is transportation, housekeeping, accommodation, restaurant का case में e-commerce operators have to take compulsory registration. The next one is NRTP. Baba, casual taxable person. Anyone going from one state to another state is called casual. Casually going to other state, doing business for some 7-8 days, 10 days, 15 days, 1 month and coming back is known as a casual taxable person. NRTP. The difference is NRTP comes from other country. Casual taxable person goes from one state to another state. A NRTP, non-resident. Non-resident means he's coming from other country. In India, he will do business and run away. Government says in India, if you want to do business, we will not see your turnover. You have to take compulsory registration. You have to pay the tax in advance. Only then we'll give you the registration. NRTP, who is there? Done, sir. This point is clear. The next is TDS deducted under section number 51. We will be learning about TDS, which will come in future. I hope you guys remember, which you have already studied in class. TDS deductor, who have to go ahead and deduct TDS. Baba, our government departments, they have to take compulsory registration so that they can go ahead and deduct TDS. The concept of TDS we have already learned in class. We'll revise it later. Now here, so sir, who are the people who are liable to deduct TDS? Those people have to go ahead and take compulsory registration, like the department of central government, state government, any local authority like the panchayat, municipality, etc., which is there. Any governmental agency which is there has to take compulsory registration. And one more, notified category is there. We'll talk about notified category, but notified category we will go ahead and discuss when we are discussing TDS chapter. Yes, sir, in the chapter of TDS. Now, please come back. So always remember, TDS deductors have to go ahead and take compulsory registration. Done, sir. This point is clear, so that they can deduct TDS. So supplier will go ahead and supply. I have to deduct TDS. So I have to take compulsory registration. They have to obtain a separate registration as a TDS deductor. The next is person making taxable supply on behalf of taxable person as an agent or otherwise, means agent who is supplying on behalf of principal has to take compulsory registration. Everyone, what do you mean by agent supplying on behalf of principal? For an example, this is my principal, I am the agent, and this is the customer. Over here, what I do, principal sends me the goods, I supply the goods, invoice is given by the agent in his name. If my boss, the principal, is a registered person, he supplies me and I am supplying it as an agent in my invoice, then when principal is going ahead and supplying me, he will go ahead and charge me GST. So when I am supplying to the customer, because I am supplying on behalf of a registered principal, I should also charge GST over here. And to charge GST, government told agent, you should take compulsory registration. Remember, simple. If I am an agent, here my principal is there. Principal is registered, I have to take compulsory registration. If I am supplying invoices in my name, then principal is registered, I have to take compulsory registration. If principal is unregistered, then I don't have to take compulsory registration. Remember this point. If my boss, the principal, is registered, then me being the agent, I have to take compulsory registration. Done, sir. This point is clear. Agents who are supplying on behalf of principal has to take compulsory registration. Now I want to ask you one question. This is principal who is an agriculturist. Okay, he's an agriculturist. I am the agricultural produce marketing committee ka agent. Baba, I am an agent who sells goods on behalf of agriculturist. Basically, I'll buy it from the agriculturist and I will go ahead and sell it to the customer. Here, when I will go ahead and sell it to the customer, my question over here, am I required, first of all, when I am buying from agriculturist and selling, am I required compulsory registration? Yes or no should be your answer. Quickly tell me, everyone. What do you think? Yes or no? Am I required compulsory registration is my question, everyone. Please tell me. Students will tell me, am I required as an agricultural marketing produce agent? Am I required compulsory registration? Students are telling, no, sir. Why? Because agriculture is not a registered person. So I will not be required compulsory registration under section number 24. Okay. Then, now agriculture produce marketing committee is not required compulsory registration. But this guy will be earning commission. He will be earning commission from the people who are buying the goods from him. He will take commission from here, everywhere he will take commission. Now in this scenario, people went ahead and asked, sir, if I am going in and earning commission, am I required registration when my turnover of commission exceeds that 20 lakh or 10 lakh to government? But remember, agricultural produce marketing committee ka agent, when they are earning commission, that commission pe there is no GST. Services by an agricultural produce marketing board or commission agent, we had learned in our agriculture ka chart that, sir, their services, agricultural produce marketing committee ka agent, their services, when they provide and earn commission, on commission also there is no GST, and hence they are never required to take any registration. And that is what is being told about agricultural produce marketing committee agent, and that is the circular over here. Not very important, but I have gone ahead and told you already. Remember, I am an agricultural produce marketing committee agent. When I go ahead and take the services, when I buy from an agriculturist is not registered, so I don't have to take compulsory registration. Secondly, even if my commission income is more than 20 lakh rupees or 10 lakh rupees, I'm still not required to take registration. Done? Because the income, the commission which is charged by agricultural produce marketing committee agent, there is no GST on that income. Done, sir? This point is clear. Sir, e-commerce operator, these 2 points which are there, e-commerce wala point, I'm not going ahead and talking now. Why, sir? Baba, these 2 points, no. When we go ahead and learn TCS ka chapter, when we go ahead and learn which chapter, everyone? TCS ka chapter will come. Then this 2 point I'll go ahead and link it and I'll make you guys remember. Now I'm not revising this, but when we revise TCS ka chapter, to baba TDS ka point and TCS, this e-commerce wala point, these 2 points which are there, I will go ahead and read along with TCS ka chapter. When I read TCS ka chapter, will not take any efforts and will understand it very easily. Done, sir? This point is clear. Sir, principal is also not required. Yes, Baba. Jhansi, here, anyways, because agriculture is the principal, agriculture is not required to take registration under section number 23. Done, sir. This point is clear. Prakhar says, sir, please give break. I will give break, but first tell me one thing. Registration. We went in and learned section number 22. We learned section number 23 and we learned section number 24. Please tell me, everyone. Yes, Baba, I'll give a break. First, tell me. 22 May, what did we learn? Sir, who are the people liable? 21 went in and told supplier is liable when the aggregate turnover crosses 40, 20 or 10. Very, very important from exam point of view. Second one, not required. Third one, transferee has to take registration from the date the business is transferred. Fourth, again transferee in case of court, tribunal, etc. from the date certificate of incorporation is issued by the ROC. 23 1 May, we have A. If you are supplying nil rated, wholly exempted, non-taxable supply, you are not required registration. Second, we learn if you are an agriculturist, you are not required registration. Then we learn section number 24, compulsory. How will you remember compulsory registration? You remember creation. C for casual taxable person. R if you are required to pay tax under RCM. E for e-commerce operator under section number 95. A for agent of a taxable person, means your boss is a registered person. I'll write over here agent of taxable person. T for TDS deductor and TCS collector. I will talk about TCS collector in TCS ka chapter. Done. I for interstate, if you are going ahead and supplying interstate supplier. Mind it, interstate supplier of service is exempt, interstate supplier of handicraft goods wala is exempt. Done. I am not writing exemption, I am just writing so that you can recall it. O is O, nothing, zero. N for NRTP. O may nothing is there, Baba. NRTP and S for you write creation only. S is not there for you guys. Done, sir. This point is clear. We will remember these are the people who are required compulsory registration. Baba, mind it from exam point of view. The only amendment in this chart is if I am a metal scrap supplier. Remember, if I am a metal scrap ka supplier, I went ahead and supplied. If my turnover crosses 20 lakh or 10 lakh or 40 lakh rupees, I will be required to take registration and charge GST under forward charge mechanism. That's all is the point over here. Done, sir. A graded chapter, A plus graded, and Baba, this chart is A graded. You will see one question on 22, 20 and 24. 4 to 6 marks you will see in the exam. Right, everyone? Now listen to me very carefully. Let's take a break. We come back from the break and then we'll go ahead and resume with section number 25. Let's take a short break, everyone. Let's take a break. Sir, we want to write down in the break this point. Okay, Baba, I'll go ahead and leave it so that you guys can write down. Done, sir? Let's take a break. How much time? 9:10 it is. 9:10 it is. 30 minutes. 9:40. Okay, I'll give you 5 minutes extra. 9:45 resume. 9:45 everyone. 9:45 we will resume. Okay. Please don't be late. 9:45 will resume everyone. After we go ahead and complete our registration, we have exemption also which we are going to do. So please go quickly and come back quickly everyone. Let's take a break. So let's take a break. Let's take a break. Audible. Now audible, now audible. Okay, Baba, now audible. ठीक है. Audio was off. Now the audio is clear, 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 clear. Okay, audible, audible. Now the audio is fine. Now the audio is fine. हाँ sir, audio is fine. अरे बाबा, no audio, no audio. Audible, audible, audible. Yes sir, yes sir, yes sir. Chalo, let's go ahead, let's go ahead. Now audible, now audible. Very good. Chalo, everyone listen. Section number 22, 23 and 24. When we learned section number 22, 23 and 24, section number 22 told who are people who are liable to register, and 24 told who has to take compulsory registration. Now under 22 and 24, if you have to go ahead and take registration under section number 22 and 24, then Baba comes section number 25, which goes ahead and says follow the procedures and go ahead and take the registration. Section number 25 goes ahead and talks about the procedures for registration. In section number 25, we have section number 25.1, section number 25.2, section number 25.3, 4, 5, 6, 6A, 6B, 6C, 6D, 7, 8 and 9. In section number 25, there are a lot of things which are there to discuss, but we will discuss only to the extent which is important from exam point of view, because there are a lot of things to discuss in section number 25. We will not go ahead and invest so much time in going ahead and discussing which is not relevant, not very important, which is just reading category. So whatever is the most important point from section number 25, see 22, 23, 24 is very important. Now the remaining registration chapter we will go ahead and discuss only how much is exam point of view say important and relevant. Everyone over here now. Section number 25, you should remember section number 25.1. Section number 25.1 goes ahead and says, if you become liable, always remember you should apply for registration within 30 days. If you become liable, you should always apply for registration within how many days, sir? 30 days. If you are a casual taxable person or an NRTP, CTP or NRTP, casual taxable person or a non-resident taxable person, remember, they are telling generally a person should apply within 30 days. But if CTP NRTP is there, government says CTP NRTP, you will not be given 30 days to apply for registration. 5 days prior only, prior to the commencement of your business, you should go ahead and apply for registration. Sir, if I have an SEZ unit, for an example, in the state of Delhi, I have one normal unit which is there. One is inside the SEZ, one is inside the SEZ, one is outside the SEZ. Then, sir, how many registration I have to take? Always remember, the unit which is inside the SEZ, the unit which is inside the SEZ, you should always go ahead and take separate registration for the units inside the SEZ, and unit outside separate registration. Done, sir. This point is clear. The next one, if you are if you have if the supply is in the territorial waters of India, everyone over here now, supposing this is India, this is the India ka territorial waters of India, one ship is over here and this guy is going ahead and supplying services of lottery, this thing, actionable claim or any services. Now this guy wants to take registration. Where will he take registration? He should take registration in the nearest coastal state. So for example, he is nearest, he is 5 nautical miles from Goa and he is 7 nautical miles from Kerala. Then where should he take registration? He should take registration in the state of Goa. Please remember this from exam point of view. Done, sir. Section number 25.1 is important. Whenever you become liable, you should always apply for registration within 30 days. If you are CTP or NRTP, you should apply 5 days prior. SEZ, separate registration. TWI should take registration in the nearest coastal state. Now, before I go ahead and talk about section number 25.1 more, I want to go ahead and talk about, see, with effect from 1st April 2020, government went ahead and introduced something called Aadhaar authentication. I want to go ahead and talk about Aadhaar authentication because this point I believe is important from exam point of view. See, Baba, everything in the chapter is important, but we have to go ahead and focus in our revision only on those points which is very, very important, which are likely to come in the exam. Right, everyone? Otherwise, we'll end up going ahead and having a 60 or 80 hours class. Again, it will become a regular class and you'll be like, sir, no, we don't want to study so much. Okay, we'll limit our discussion only to the most important points which are there. Everyone over here now. So, in section number 25, 6A, 6B, 6C and 6C and 6D is there. This is very, very important from exam point of view. Section number 25, 6A, 6B, 6C and 6D. Section number 25 has 25, 6A, 6B, 6C and 6D. Government went ahead and introduced Aadhaar authentication. Aadhaar authentication. ठीक है, government went ahead and introduced Aadhaar authentication, where government went ahead and told, now in order to grant registration to you, you have to first go ahead and do your Aadhaar authenticate. Basically, Aadhaar authentication has to be done. You have to verify your identity. Only then we'll go ahead and grant you registration within 7 working days. If you don't go ahead and do your Aadhaar authentication, will take 30 days. Basically, wherein what will happen, the GST officer will come to your premises. He will do the physical premises ka verification, and only then the registration will be granted, and there the time limit becomes 30 days. Everyone listen to me very carefully. I am telling you again. Whenever the GST officer wants to go ahead and grant your registration, if you have gone ahead and done Aadhaar authentication with effect from 1st April 2020, Aadhaar authentication was launched. If you go ahead and do your Aadhaar authentication, your registration comes within 7 days. But if you don't go ahead and do your Aadhaar authentication, then Baba, they go ahead and take time to give you registration, which is basically generally the officer will come to your place of business. He will do the physical verification of your place of business and then grant you the registration, which takes 7, not instead of 7 working days, it will become 30 days ka time from the application. They will take 30 days to go ahead and give you registration. Done, sir. This point is clear. Now, who are the people who are required to do Aadhaar authentication? So, basically, when you are going ahead and applying for registration, here one tab is there when you are filling your GST REG01. In this tab, there is something called which says, would you like to authenticate your Aadhaar? If you tell a yes over here, one link will come in your mail. Click on the link, put your Aadhaar number, put the OTP which comes in your mobile, and your Aadhaar is verified. That's all is the process of Aadhaar authentication. Now, who are the people who are required to authenticate their Aadhaar? That is told by section number 25, 6A, 6B, 6C, and 6D says who are not required. 6A goes ahead and says, see, from 1st July 2017, GST law came till 1st April 2020, till in between this time, if you have gone ahead and taken registration, then Baba, so basically till 31st March 2020, if you are taken registration, in between till this time, if you are taken registration, then for you, so you are already registered. Before Aadhaar authentication came, you are already registered person. You have to do Aadhaar authentication, but from a date to be notified. I will talk about it little later, little more. 6B went ahead and told, if you are individual, you have to go ahead and do Aadhaar authentication, but from which date? From 1st of April 2020. If you are an individual and you are applying for registration, you have to do your Aadhaar authentication. 6C went ahead and told AMK. If you are an authorized signatory, just give me a second. If you are a authorized signatory, all types of authorized signatories, ठीक है, managing and authorized partner, or you are the karta, then you have to do Aadhaar authentication. Who are the people required to do Aadhaar authentication, everyone? I am the karta. Remember this point, these people are required Aadhaar authentication. Now 6D goes ahead and says who are not required to do Aadhaar authentication while applying for registration. So 6D may, I have gone ahead and told you who are the people not required to do Aadhaar authentication. New Delhi PSU. And for, if you are not a citizen of India, you are not required to do Aadhaar authentication. Not a citizen of India, you will not have Aadhaar card. D for department or establishment of central government, state government, not required to do Aadhaar authentication. L for local authorities are not required to do Aadhaar authentication. S for statutory bodies are not required to do Aadhaar authentication. P for public sector undertaking, sir, New Delhi and not a citizen of India. N for not a citizen of India, department of central government, state government. L for local authority. P for public sector undertaking. S for statutory body. U for UIN holder. Baba, UIN holder ke liye it is discussed over here. All these consulates, embassies, etc. They go ahead and take UIN number. So UIN number which is given to them, those people are not required to go ahead and do Aadhaar authentication. Done, sir. This point is clear. In this page, this is the most important part which I have to go ahead and discuss. Sir, who are the people who are required Aadhaar authentication? I am the karta. Who is required? Individual, authorized signatory, managing and authorized partner, and karta. Who are not required Aadhaar authentication? New Delhi PSU. Not a citizen of India, department of central government, state government, local authority, public sector undertaking, statutory body, and UIN holder are not required to go ahead and do Aadhaar authentication. Done, sir. This point is clear. Now, The remaining points which are written in this page are just for you to read at home. It is reading category. You guys will read at home. Done? Now listen. Sir, so now let's go ahead and understand the procedure for registration. They have gone ahead and told if you become liable, you should apply within 30 days. Correct? CTP and RTP should apply 5 days prior. SCZ should apply for separate registration, and TWA you should take registration in the nearest coastal state or union territory. Sir, how to take registration? That is told by rule number 8, rule number 9 and rule number 10 which is there. Rule number 8, rule number 9 and rule number 10 which is there. Now everyone listen to me very carefully. Rule number 8 goes ahead and says, sir, you have to go ahead and fill GST REG 01. Baba, GST REG 01 is the form which you have to go ahead and fill to go ahead and take registration. GST REG 01 is the form which you have to go ahead and fill to go ahead and take registration. REG 01 has two parts which is there, part A and part B. REG 01 has how many parts, everyone? REG 01 has two parts which are there. GST REG 01 has two parts which are there, part A and part B. Okay, sir. In part A, you have to go ahead and declare, every person who is liable should declare in part A the PAN number which will be verified by sending an OTP on your mobile number and email ID which is linked to the PAN, and then you have to put the state and one verification will happen. After that you have to fill part B. When you are filling part B, I will show you part B over here. I will show you part B over here. Part B, when you are going ahead and filling, in part B, they will ask you whether you want to do Aadhaar authentication. You have to put all the details over here and then ask you about Aadhaar authentication. If you are required Aadhaar authentication, you can tell a yes over here and submit the form. Once you submit the form is submitted. Part B, this is the part B of the GST ka form. This you will submit. But then, if you told a yes over here, what is pending from your end? Pending from your end is to go online and do the Aadhaar authentication. Basically, one link has come in your mail. Click on the link and do your Aadhaar authentication. Put your Aadhaar number, OTP will come, put your OTP and your Aadhaar is verified. The day you go ahead and do your Aadhaar authentication, that day will be deemed as date of submission of application. Done, sir? This point is clear. That's all they have gone ahead and told. You will have to go ahead. You have to submit part B. When you are submitting part B, did you opt for Aadhaar authentication? If you opt for Aadhaar authentication, the date of submission of the application will be the day you go online, click on the mail and do your Aadhaar authentication, or 15 days from submission of part B. If link came on your mail but you did not do your Aadhaar authentication, after 15 days it will be deemed that you have submitted the application and one acknowledgement will be given to you in GST REG 02. Sir, do we have to remember form number? Not required. In exam, if you have to write form number, you can write in prescribed form. Done, sir. Now, the next one over here is, sir, if I have not opted for Aadhaar authentication, means I told a no over here. Then in that scenario, the day you submit this form, that day is date of submission of application. The date of actual submission of part B, that day only you will get an acknowledgement that your form is submitted. But if you had gone ahead and told that I will do Aadhaar authentication, yes, I will do Aadhaar authentication, and so in that scenario, the day you submit part B, that day is not date of your submission of application. After that, you have to go online and do your Aadhaar authentication. Or once 15 days gets over, whichever is later, they will go, whichever is earlier over here, 15 days or the day you do the Aadhaar authentication, whichever is earlier, they will go ahead and take that date as the date of submission of application. Now here, one star is there. Listen to me very carefully. This is the point of amendment which is there. Listen. You went ahead and submitted your application. Aadhaar authentication was required. You did the Aadhaar authentication. But you know what, everyone? After you go ahead and opt for Aadhaar authentication, still you went ahead and did your Aadhaar authentication also, but portal has a doubt on you. Then based on these parameters, they can call you for biometric based Aadhaar authentication. Basically, they'll tell you put your thumb, get the original document which you submitted while applying for registration. No, you submitted the documents, right? Get the original document we want to verify. Biometric based Aadhaar authentication it is called. And this biometric based Aadhaar authentication was only applicable to the state of Gujarat, Puducherry and Andhra Pradesh which was there. But now the amendment point over here is, you have to remember this, everyone. If person is required Aadhaar authentication, opt for Aadhaar authentication and is identified by the common portal based on data analysis and this parameter. So sir, you have opted for Aadhaar authentication, required Aadhaar authentication, you opted also. Your application will not be deemed to be submitted when you did the Aadhaar authentication. If portal identifies, you will have to first go. You submitted your application, but still portal identified you. So you have to go ahead and It says biometric based Aadhaar authentication will be done. Your photograph will be taken and verification of original document which were uploaded at the time of application will be taken at one of the facilitation center which is notified by the government, and the application will be deemed to be complete only after you go ahead and complete the whole process. Only then the officer will pick up your application. Only once you have gone to the Aadhaar ka center, where basically to the biometric based Aadhaar authentication wala center, go to the facilitation center, do your biometric based Aadhaar authentication, and only then they will assume that your application is submitted. Earlier, so for January student, this was the rule was applicable only for this 3 states. For May onward student, the amendment is, remember, rule is applicable to all states. So amendment is already there in the chart book over here. That sir, now this rule is applicable to all the states. Done, sir. The next point which is there, no, the third line, if person is required, this point you don't have to study for your May exam. This is applicable later exam ke liye. May exam ke liye this point is not applicable. So people who want, they can delete it for the May exam, not applicable. Done, sir. So Baba, tell me one thing. I went ahead and submitted the application. Everything was fine. But still, now they are going in and telling everything you have gone ahead and done Aadhaar authentication, opted also, required, you opted also. But still, after submitting of your application also, they will call you. If the portal identifies you, they will call you for biometric based Aadhaar authentication. You have to go do your biometric based Aadhaar authentication. Only then your application will be deemed to be completed. And now this is applicable to across India. Any state you are there, you can be identified and you can be called for biometric based Aadhaar authentication. Please tell me everyone, are we all 100%? I want everyone to like the video and tell me, are we all clear? Clear, 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 clear. Yes, sir, we are all clear. Chalo, let's go ahead. Everyone, listen to me very carefully. Now, you have submitted your application. Once you have submitted your application, if you are called by the called to the facilitation center, go to the facilitation center and do your biometric based Aadhaar done. Now, from your end, everything is done. Now, what will officer do? Officer will start the verification. If he finds everything, everyone listen to very carefully. What they are telling? Now, officer will do the verification. He will examine the document and the accompanying application and the accompanying document. It says, if application is fine and person is not required Aadhaar authentication. People, if application is fine and you are not required Aadhaar authentication, your New Delhi PSU not required, application is fine and Aadhaar authentication not required, within 7 days, your application will be approved and you will be given registration. Done, sir? If application is in order, people will go through this little quickly, okay? This is not very important. We'll go through this quickly. If application is on order, Aadhaar authentication required, you opted also and your Aadhaar authentication was successful, registration will be given within 7 working days. They will approve and grant you the registration certificate. Sir, if application is in fine order, Aadhaar authentication applicant is required, opted also, but then you failed to authenticate. You did not go on the mail. You did not go ahead and put your Aadhaar number and OTP, your Aadhaar authentication failed. Or you did not opt only at the time of applying for registration, you told no, I will not do Aadhaar. You are required, but you told no. Or after you have gone ahead and submitted your application, now portal still has a doubt on you. Portal is telling, Ramesh, see, at the time of submission of application, so you go to the department. Now, portal is telling the department officer, even though Aadhaar authentication is done, everything is fine, go to Ramesh ka place of business and do the physical verification. So if person has undergone Aadhaar authentication, but it is identified by the portal based on data analysis for carrying out physical verification, or proper officer deems it to fit to carry out physical verification. Number one, Aadhaar authentication failed, or you did not opt, or portal identified for physical verification, or officer identified that your physical verification of your place of business should be done, then first they will do physical verification and then grant you registration within 30 days. So people, if everything is fine, no tension at all, 7 days. If application is fine, but Aadhaar mein there is a problem, then always remember 7 days will become now, 7 working days will become now 30 days. Officer will come to your place of business, do the physical verification of your place of business and then grant you the registration. Done, sir? This point is clear. Sir, Aadhaar is fine, but application mein problem is there. Then always remember they will give you a notice within 7 working days. You have to give the clarification. CID means clarification information document. Please give. So officer was verifying Aadhaar is fine. Application mein there is a problem. So for application problem, he will go ahead and issue a love letter. Notice will be given to you. Notice it may Notice me, they will tell within 7 days we want this clarification. You give the clarification in 7 days. If he likes it, within the next 7 days they will approve. If it does not like it, then they will go ahead and reject your application. That's all, everyone. ठीक है sir. Application also problem, Aadhaar also problem. Application found deficient, Aadhaar authentication required but you did not opt, Aadhaar authentication failed, or portal identified for physical verification, or officer deems it fit to carry out physical verification, then baba, application also problem, Aadhaar also problem. For Aadhaar problem, first they will do physical verification of your place of business and other document they will verify. When they come to a place of business, no, they can ask you any other document. Might be they ask you your passport, etc. Physical verification is for Aadhaar wala problem, and for this application problem, they will give you the notice. But here the notice ka time limit will become 30 days. Now, once the notice comes to you, within 7 days, provide the clarification. If he likes it, within the next 7 working days, they will approve. Or within the next 7 days, basically either they will approve or they will go ahead and reject. That's all, everyone. Sir, if the officer does not take action, I had done everything right. He should have given me the registration within 7 days. Or physical verification of place of business was required. He should give the registration within 30 days. Or I have given the clarification. He should submit. He should provide me the details within the next 7 working days. Sir, if the officer does not do his duty well, remember one thing, application will be deemed to be approved and officer has to go ahead and give you the application registration within the next 3 days after the expiry of these time limits which are given. He should go ahead and give you the registration within the next 3 days. Done, sir. This point is clear. People, I'll tell you very simple. You should remember one thing. If application is fine, Aadhaar also required, Aadhaar opted, successful, everything is fine. Your registration comes within 7 days. But if application is fine, Aadhaar mein there is a problem. Everyone, Aadhaar mein there is a problem. Then either you failed Aadhaar or you did not opt for Aadhaar or officer deems it fit to carry out physical verification or portal identified you, then first they will do physical verification and then they will go ahead and give you the registration. Done, sir. This point is clear. Now listen, once you are granted registration, you will become a registered person. Once you are granted registration, you will become a registered person. Registered person means you will be given one GSTN number of 15 digit, etc. Once you get the registration certificate, always remember registration certificate, put it at a prominent location. Don't put it in the bathroom. Put it in a prominent location so that people can see. You should stick your GST certificate basically put it on the wall so that people can see, and GSTN number write it on your head. On your head means on shop ka head, which is the notice board. You should write your GSTN number which is there. That's all. This is rule number 18. Nothing very important. Now, very important from this chapter. Now we'll go ahead and talk about it. Sir, first point, this one I told you should apply for registration within 30 days. This point is very important. Now listen. Now, once you become registered person, a person, once he becomes registered, this is again one important point over here. Please mark it and keep. Once you are granted registration, everyone listen carefully. Once you are granted registration, always remember, you should furnish your bank account details within the next 30 days from grant or before the first GSTR1 or invoice furnishing facility, whichever is earlier. So if you are granted registration over here, sir, tell me one thing, if you are granted registration over here, for an example, this January 15th of January, you are given registration, then Baba, within the next 30 days gets over when, sir? January 31 days, 31 say 15 goes, January 16 days, plus 14. The 14th of February is 30 days getting over, or before the first GSTR1 or invoice furnishing facility. GSTR1 ka due date is what? January month ke liye, the GSTR1 ka due date is 11th of February. So either this date or this date, whichever is earlier. Earlier means this date. Till here, before furnishing your first GSTR1 or within 30 days, whichever is earlier, you should go ahead and put online your bank account details which are there. That is told by rule number 10A. Go online and give in the GST portal your bank account detail. That's all has been told over here. Done, sir. This point is clear. I like this point. They can go ahead and ask a small question on this point. Next. Sir, this is also very important. Again, one point. Baba, in your Q&A book, I have given some questions on this. Please do the questions and go. Sir, what is this point going ahead and talking about? This point goes ahead and talks about everyone over here. Listen, I hope you guys remember. Sir, if I become liable, so for example, I became liable on 1st January, you should always apply for registration within 30 days. So 30 days means January 31 days, first day gone, always remember first day you should exclude it. So 30 days. Done, sir. So 31st of January is when 30 days is getting over. So I should go ahead and apply. So for example, I applied on 25th January for my registration. 2nd February, I applied, and 2nd of Feb, RC was granted. Can you tell me, everyone, if RC was granted on 2nd of Feb, when is RC valid from? When is RC valid from? Can everyone tell me? Quickly comment and tell me, when will this registration certificate be valid from? Can everyone tell me, when will this registration certificate be valid from? Tell me, when will this RC be valid from? Sir, this RC will be valid over here. Sir, because you applied, because you go ahead and applied within 30 days and RC was granted, RC is valid from the date of becoming liable. Very good, everyone. From the date of becoming liable, RC will be valid, that is 1st of January. Okay? So from 1st of January till the date of grant of RC, people, from the 1st of January till the date of grant of RC, whatever supply I did, I have to go ahead and collect GST. To collect GST, which document should I go ahead and issue, everyone? Can you tell me, everyone? Which document should I go ahead and issue if I want to collect GST now? If I want to collect GST now, can you tell me which document should I go ahead and issue? Which document should I go ahead and issue? Can you tell me, everyone? Sir, to collect the GST on all the supply from the date of becoming liable till the date of grant of RC, whatever supplies I've done to collect the GST, which document I should issue and within how much time? Sir, from the date of RC, you should go ahead and issue revised tax invoice to collect the GST. Very good, everyone. Revised tax invoice. Revised tax invoice you should go ahead and issue, RTI, and it should be issued within 1 month. When they say 1 month, 2nd February to 2nd of March, 1 month will get over here. Within 1 month, you should go ahead and issue revised tax invoice. Very good, very good, very good. Everyone, you must do one question on this today. So tell me one thing. For example, if 1st of January, I became liable to register, I should apply within 30 days. That is 31st of January, I should apply. I applied for registration on 2nd February and RC was granted on 10th of February. My question is, if RC was granted on 10th of February, when is RC valid from? Can you guys tell me, when is RC valid from in this question? When is the RC valid from? Can you guys tell me, when is the RC valid from, everyone? Sir, in this scenario, you became liable. You should have applied within 30 days. You did not go ahead and apply within 30 days. You applied after 30 days, and here registration certificate was granted on 10th of February. Baba, always remember, because you did not apply within 30 days, because you did not go ahead and apply within 30 days, RC will be valid from the date of grant. RC will be valid from the date of grant. RC will be valid from the date of grant. Very good, very good, very good, very good. Done, sir. Done, sir. Okay. Now listen to me very carefully. Can I issue revised tax invoice in this scenario? No, sir. You can't issue revised tax invoice in this scenario. From here till the date you are granted RC, whatever supply you have done, remember, you cannot issue revised tax invoice. All the tax has to be paid out of your own pocket. You can't go ahead and issue revised tax invoice. Very good. People who are able to recall. People who are not able to recall, I hope this point is clear. Please do one question on this point and go. Done, sir. This point is clear. Now here, 10B, one point is there. Rule number 10B. Listen to me very carefully. Rule number 10B, again, a small important point which they can go ahead and ask. Listen. Sir, what is rule number 10B going ahead and telling? Rule number 10B basically goes ahead and says, see, everyone, listen to me very carefully. If you are already registered or you are individual, authorized signatory, managing an authorized partner and Karta, and you have gone ahead and taken registration, either these people took registration without going ahead and doing other authentication by getting their physical verification of place of business done, or already registered person who have gone ahead and taken registration when other authentication was not there only. So government is telling for all of them, if they want to do three things, There are three things under GST if they want to do Aadhaar authentication is mandatory. Means if they took registration without doing their Aadhaar authentication, if they have taken registration, now to do three things in GST, they have to get their Aadhaar authentication done, and that is told by rule number 10B over here. Rule number 10B goes ahead and say there are three things. Always remember everyone. Number one, I call them RRR. I call them RRR. R for revocation application if you have to file, or refund application under rule number 89 if you have to file, or refund application under rule number 96. 89 and 96 is a part of CA final, but only for exam purpose you have to remember. If you are filing a revocation application, refund application under rule number 89 and refund application under rule number 96, your Aadhaar authentication is mandatory. If you took registration without Aadhaar authentication also, but if you want to do these three things, you have to do your Aadhaar authentication, and that is mandatorily. So sir, can you tell me rule number 10B, what is it telling? Rule number 10B says a registered person other than 2560. Other than 2560 means whoever is required Aadhaar authentication. Means 2560 told about people who are not required. So leave the people who are not required. Other than that, whoever is the registered person who has already been issued a registered certificate shall, means mandatorily undergo Aadhaar authentication of proprietor in case of proprietorship firm. Okay. And the authorized signatory. So if my accountant is my authorized signatory, so proprietor, me the proprietor of my firm, my Aadhaar authentication, and my authorized signatory ka Aadhaar authentication. Okay. Any partner in case of partnership firm and the authorized signatory. Partnership firm ka partner plus the authorized signatory. Okay. HUF का केस में कर्ता and the authorized signatory. Everywhere and authorized signatory is there. ठीक है. Managing director or whole time director in case of company. Members of managing committee of association of person, body of individual or society, any member who is there. Of the trustee in case of board of trust. ठीक है. In case of a trust, the trustee who is there. And of the authorized signatory. Always remember partner and the authorized signatory, proprietor and the authorized signatory. Company में director and the authorized signatory. Their Aadhaar authentication must be done for filing of revocation of cancellation of registration in GST RG 21. You don't have to remember form number. हाँ, वाह, बे. Okay. Okay. आ Okay. Okay, everyone. Chalo, tell hi, Lian. Hi. He's Lian, everyone. He's Lian. Lian, एक तो flying kiss कर दो सबको. Flying kiss कर दो. कर दो. चलो ठीक है. Hi. Everyone, tell a hi to Lian. He's my son. Lian, he's shocked what is happening in front of him. He's thinking, he's Lian, Lian. Okay, he's thinking, okay, what is going on in the computer? He's not able to understand. Lian, सबको एक तो flying kiss कर दो फटाफट. ठीक है. Okay, चलो भाग जाओ, पढ़ाने दो पापा को. ठीक है. He's Lian. If you guys have Instagram, you should be able to see Lian, Lian on Instagram, right everyone? चलो, bye everyone. भाग जाओ. Go Lian. No, go. ठीक है. Everyone over here now, listen. Yes, Baba, future GST teacher. चलो, everyone over here now, listen. Where were we? We were going ahead and talking about rule number 10B. Rule number 10B, we went ahead and understood that if we are already registered, but if we want to do three things, what are the three things, everyone? What are the three things? The three things is RRR. Revocation, refund and refund. Revocation application if you have to file, refund application if you have to file under rule number 89, and refund application if you have to file under rule number 96. You have to go ahead and do what, everyone? You have to do your Aadhaar authentication. It says for filing application for revocation of cancellation of registration in GST RG 21, for filing refund application RFD 01 under rule number 89, and for filing refund application under rule number 96, which is there. ठीक है sir? If Aadhaar, sir, I don't have Aadhaar only. Sir, I don't have Aadhaar only. What to do? If you don't have Aadhaar, then do one thing. Go online, apply for Aadhaar, get the Aadhaar enrollment ID slip. Along with that, your bank passbook with photo or voter ID or passport or driving license you can attach, and you can go ahead and apply. So what they are telling over here, if Aadhaar has not been assigned to the person, such person shall do furnish Aadhaar enrollment ID slip. Along with that, bank passbook with photo, voter ID, passport and driving license, and they can go ahead and apply. Sir, now when I am applying, I applied for revocation, but my Aadhaar was not there. So I took Aadhaar enrollment ID slip with bank passbook or voter ID or passport or driving license, and I applied for revocation application. Now, once you get Aadhaar number, again one proviso is there. Once Aadhaar has been given to you, within a period of 30 days of the allotment of Aadhaar number, you should undergo Aadhaar authentication. Baba, this is very, very important from exam point of view. Please remember, everyone listen to me very carefully. In section number 25, you have to remember, sir, within how many days I should apply for registration? This point is very important. CTP NRTP 5 days prior, SEZ should take separate registration, TWI nearest coastal state. Please remember this point, very, very important. Okay, sir, done. The next one, this one. Rule number 10A, bank account detail to be furnished within 30 days or GSTR1, whichever is earlier. This point, please remember. This point you should always remember. If application is submitted within 30 days, it is valid from the date of becoming liable. But if you don't submit within 30 days, when you submit after that RC granted, it is valid from the date of grant. Done, sir. This point is clear. Next, I feel rule number 10B is important, which I have gone ahead and told you. Please do rule number 10B. Please do rule number 10B. It is very, very important. Done, sir. This point is clear. Other than this, nothing is very important in this chart. One point you can remember, that now, if you have gone ahead and applied and the portal has a doubt on you, they can call you for biometric based Aadhaar authentication, and this biometric based Aadhaar authentication is now applicable across India. This is one point which is there. This is applicable across India. Done, everyone. Next. Section number 25 which is there. In section number 25, everything is reading category. One point which I like is, who are the people who are required Aadhaar authentication? You have to remember, I am the Karta. I am required Aadhaar authentication, and New Delhi PSU is not required Aadhaar authentication. This 6A, 6B, 6C and 6D wala points, please remember this. That's all, everyone. Done. Other than that, section number 26, not very important. Nothing is there. Not very important means total bakwas. Section number 27. Please come to section number 27, page number 11, everyone. Please come to section number 27, everyone. Is everyone 100% clear till here? Is everyone 100% clear till here? Please tell me, are we all 100% clear till here? I want everyone to hit the like button and say, yes, sir, we are all clear. Okay, chalo, let's go ahead. Everyone over here now. Now, registration में we have section number 27 which is there. Yes, sir, we are all clear. Chalo, ठीक है. Now, registration में section number 27 is there. 27. Now, listen to me very carefully. I have told you this chart is A graded. Section number 25 is B graded. You might see one question, you might not see one question. I have told you the most important point. Now comes section number 27. Section number 27 C graded from exam point of view. Not very important. ठीक है. Special provision for CTP and NRTP. Remember, CTP and NRTP, always remember, when they are going to commence the business, 5 days prior they should go ahead and apply. How many days prior, sir? 5 days prior they should go ahead and apply. CTP का registration form is this, NRTP का registration form is REG09, but not very important again to remember. Always remember, whenever they are applying for registration, this is one important point, whenever they are applying for registration, they have to go ahead and pay whatever is the net estimated tax liability. They should always go ahead and pay in advance. Only then they will be granted the registration certificate. Means verification will happen and officer will go ahead and grant the registration certificate in GST REC 06. Now, Always remember they should apply and then the commencement of business should be done. Once they apply, 5 days prior registration will be granted, then they should commence their business. They can make supply only after the registration certificate is given. Remember, their registration certificate is maximum 90 days के लिए valid. But if they apply only for 15 days, registration certificate is valid for 15 days or 90 days, whichever is earlier. If they apply for 15 days or 90 days, whichever is earlier. Done, sir. This point is clear. So, sir, always remember from the commencement, they will be given registration if they apply for 15 days or 90 days, which is there. Now, once their registration is going to expire, if they want, they can go ahead and further ask for an extension of 90 days. So, people, can you tell me how many days one person can be a CTP or an RTP? He can be for 90 days plus 90 days, which is maximum 180 days. Done, sir. This point is clear. Sir, further, after 180 days, if a person is telling, I want more extension, I want to be casual, government says, beta, more than 180 days, you can't be a casual taxable person in a state. Do one thing. Your exhibition has gone beyond 180 days. No, you want to stay more in that state. Take normal registration. Don't pay any tax in advance. Take normal registration now. When you are getting out of the state, cancel your registration and get lost. That's all has been told. One point which I want you guys to remember in section number 27. How many days prior you should go ahead and apply? 5 days prior. MCQ question. Sir, a registration granted to CTP or NRTP is valid for how many days? Period for which you have asked or 90 days, whichever is earlier. So 90 days is the maximum period. Sir, can I ask more extension? 90 days more extension can be given. This is the maximum which I believe they can ask you from section number 27. One more point they can ask you that, sir, whenever you are going in and applying, you should always pay the net estimated tax liability in advance. Only then they will go ahead and give you the registration. Section number 27, this much only is the most important point. Now comes section number 28. Please come to section number 28. Section number 28 over here. Everyone listen to me very carefully. Section number 28 goes ahead and talks about amendment of registration. Sir, amendment are of 3 types which are there. Amendment means you have gone ahead and already taken registration. Later you want to amend the details which you had gone ahead and given at the time of registration. In amendment, there are 3 fields. One is the core field, the important fields of your business changes. One is the non-core field, non-important fields of your business. And one is change in the constitution resulting in PAN change. So, sir, if there is a PAN change, Baba, PAN change mein amendment is not possible. You cancel your registration and take a fresh registration only. So, for example, proprietorship firm was there. It became partnership firm. So, proprietorship should cancel and partnership should take a new registration now. Change in constitution. Proprietorship became partnership. Partnership became LLP. LLP became company. Always remember, apply for fresh registration which is there. The next one. Sir, non-core field change. Non-core field means there is no verification required by the officer. In that scenario, nothing, Baba. Just go online, apply in GST RG 14 and your registration certificate will get amended. But I want you guys to focus on core field amendment. They can go ahead and ask you in the exam one small question saying, sir, what are the fields which are core field? What are the fields which are core field for which you should go ahead and apply for core field amendment? What are the fields? Number 1, if legal name of your business has changed or addition in the address of principal place, you shifted your place of business, or additional place of business you shifted. If you have done any shifting of your place of business, okay, sir, or there is an addition, deletion, retirement of partner, director, karta, managing committee, board of trustees, CEO who are responsible for the day-to-day affairs of the business which do not need cancellation. Remember, these are the 3 core field amendments. They can go ahead and ask you everyone in the exam. Remember this 3 point. Number 1, legal name of business. Number 2, address of principal place and additional place of business. Number 3, addition, deletion, retirement of karta, director, etc. has happened. Then, Baba, that's a core field amendment. Core field amendment ke liye you should apply. You should go ahead and file an application. An officer will do the verification and only then grant you the amendment in your registration certificate. So, sir, first you should apply within 15 days. Once you have gone ahead and applied, officer will do the verification. Is the amendment required? What you have gone ahead and asked, is it warranted? Is it correct? So, he will go ahead and do the verification. And if proper officer is of the opinion that amendment is required, documents are complete and correct, then he will approve within 15 working days and issue an order. You don't have to remember all these form numbers, everyone. Done? Once amendment, if he thinks amendment is not required, documents are incomplete, then he will go ahead and give you a love letter, show cause notice. Either within 15 working days he'll approve or he will give you a notice. Show me the cause why I should not reject your application. You have to reply within 7 days. He likes your reply, he will approve. He does not like your reply, he will reject the application and pass an order saying, get lost, we are not granting you the amendment. In section number 28, the most important point which you should remember is, sir, what are the three core field amendments which are there? Are we all 100% clear with section number 27 and section number 28? Then I will go ahead and now move to section number 29. But before I move to section number 29, I want you guys to tell me, are we all 100% clear with this? Yes, sir, we are all clear. Chalo, now listen. In section number 29 which is there, we have the most important point which has A plus graded chances of coming in the exam, and that is only the most important point which you have to remember from section number 29. And I'll not go ahead and talk about anything else in section number 29. Section number 29 goes ahead and talks about when your registration will be cancelled or suspension of registration is spoken by section number 29. In section number 29, when can the proper officer go ahead and cancel your registration is the most important part which you have to remember for your exam. They have asked it earlier for CA final also. Intermediate, I don't think so they have asked yet, but I believe they can go ahead and ask because this time there is a small amendment which is there. Everyone listen to me very carefully. Please remember section number 29.2. When can the proper officer cancel your registration? Everyone, section number 29.2 says proper officer may cancel the registration of a person where A, B, C, D, E. 5 point, remember, 5 marks in the pocket. Done, sir. Proper officer may cancel the registration where registered person has contravened such provision of the act or rules. If you do a contravention of the act or rules, GST Act, GST rules ka contravention you have done, your registration can be cancelled. But contravention means any contravention. No, only such contravention which is told by the rules. And in rules, we have rule number 21 where there is a small amendment which will talk. Listen. Rule number 21 goes ahead and says, no business from declared place of business. No business from declared place of business. If you have gone ahead, no business from declared place of business. I have declared this place as my place of business. When the GST officer came to this place of business to see where is the Ramesh ka place of business, there one cow is roaming here and there. In that scenario, he will go ahead and cancel your registration. So remember, if you have gone ahead and given one address as your place of business, you should be doing business from there. If the officer comes and sees no business from the declared place of business, registration cancelled. The next, if you issue an invoice or bill, if you go ahead and issue an invoice or bill without supplying of goods, services or both in violation of the provision of act or rules. What are they telling? If you issue an invoice or bill without going ahead and doing any supply. Sir, what happened over here? Without supply, you are giving a bogus bill. People want bogus bill to take credit. You are going ahead and issuing bogus bill. Registration cancel. Number 1, no business from declared place of business. Number 2, you are issuing an invoice or bill without going ahead and doing any supply. Number 3, you violate the provision of section number 171 of the Act or Rules. Section number 171, we are not discussing at intermediate level because it's a part of CA final level which is there. Section number 171 will come in CA final, but as of now, you can just remember if you do violation of section number 171. Then it talks about profiteering, etc., which we'll discuss in CA final. Done. If you violate the provision of rule number 10A, which is bank account detail. I hope you guys remember bank account detail should be furnished. Yes, if you don't go ahead and furnish bank account detail, then they will go ahead and cancel your registration. It says what? If you violate the provision of rule number 10A, that is bank account detail. Sir, bank account detail should be furnished within 30 days or the first GSTR1 or invoice furnishing facility, whichever is earlier. If you don't furnish your bank account detail within this time limit, your registration which was granted will be cancelled. If you take ITC in violation of section number 16 of the Act or Rules made thereunder. Section number 16 we will be learning in the chapter of ITC, everyone. In section number 16 will come in the chapter of ITC, which says the condition for taking the credit. If you go ahead and take the credit by violating any of this condition, if you go ahead and take the credit, for example, no invoice taken the credit, for example, goods not received, you entered and took the credit, they will go ahead and cancel your registration. So always remember, when you are taking the credit, section number 16 should be followed. If you violate the condition, your registration will be cancelled. The next one over here is, if you furnish the details in GSTR1 or 1A. Baba, now to you know already, in your whole GST Act, wherever GSTR1 was there, GSTR1 ka details you can amend by filing one form called GSTR1A. I will discuss about GSTR 1A in returns, everyone. So GSTR 1 ka details, you can go ahead and GSTR 1 ka detail, you can go ahead and amend by filing one form called GSTR 1A. Now GSTR 1A, which is there, after GSTR 1, everywhere in the GST Act, you will see they have gone ahead and told whatever details you have shown in GSTR 1 or 1A, they have added everywhere. Okay? So they are telling over here, if you furnish the details of outward supply, OS means outward supply in GSTR 1 or 1A, which is more than the outward supply declared in your valid return. So for an example, I'll go ahead and tell you, in my GSTR 1, I have gone ahead and shown sales of 1 crore and 18 lakh liability. When here I have shown and it went to the front person ka 2B, 18 lakh, he took the credit. Now, when I had to go ahead and pay my taxes, which was in GSTR 3B, I went ahead and showed my sale as 1 lakh rupees and I am telling I have to pay only 18,000. Am I doing cheating? Yes, sir, you are doing cheating. Here you have shown more sale, here you have shown less sale. Government is telling if you do such kind of cheating, we will go ahead and cancel your registration. If you furnish the details of outward supply in GSTR 1 or 1A, which is more than the outward supply in valid return under section number 39. So GSTR 1 may more sale, GSTR 1 may more sale, GSTR 3B may less sale, your registration will be cancelled. The next is if you violate the provision of rule number 86B. Rule number 86B, again we will learn in payment of taxes chapter. Payment of taxes chapter mein one rule number 86B is there, which goes ahead and says at least 1% you should go ahead and pay by using your e-cash ledger. Do you guys recall, everyone? Do you guys recall this point? That 1 second, everyone. 1 second. There was some issue. Are we reconnected, everyone? Are we connected? Is the audio video clear to all of you? Are we connected, everyone? Please tell me. Aha, now it is fine, I think. Now I think it's fine. Everyone, we are reconnected. Yes, connected. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, let's go ahead. Let's go ahead. Okay, everything is fine. Chalo, we'll go ahead. Ha. Sir, can you please repeat the last point? Baba, the last point, this point which is there, this violation of the provision of third and fourth proviso which is there, this I will teach you after I teach you section number 30. There is an amendment ka point. We'll talk about it after we learn section number 30. Done, sir. This point is clear. Listen. Then they are telling, being a registered person who is required to file return under section number 39 for each month or part thereof had not furnished for 6 months. Baba, if you have not filed your GSTR 3B for 6 months, registration cancelled. That's all they are telling. Being a registered person who is required to file return for every quarter, if you have opted for quarterly return and you have not gone ahead and filed your return for continuous 2 tax period, 2 quarter ke liye, if you have not gone ahead and filed, see, either 6 months you have not filed your monthly return GSTR 3B, registration cancelled. Done. Or if 6 months means if you are under quarterly return, it will be 2 quarter return. So 2 quarter ke liye, if you have not gone ahead and filed your GSTR 3B, then the registration will be cancelled. Done, sir? Yes, sir. Are we all clear? People, there is no buffering, I think now. Is it clear, everyone? Quickly give me a heads up. Is it clear? There is no buffering anymore. There is no issue, I think. That was just for a second which was there. Yes, it was just for a second. I think everything is fine now. Clear, no issues. Yes, let's go ahead. Everyone, yes, sir. Now listen. So people, number 1, it went ahead and told you if you violate the provision of the Act and rules. Okay, sir. Secondly, it goes ahead and says composition dealer. If you are a composition dealer and you have not furnished your return for a period of 3 months from the date of furnishing the said return. Can you tell me composition dealer? Can you tell me composition dealer ka what is the due date to file the return? Can you tell me, everyone? Composition dealer, what is the due date to go ahead and file the return? Composition dealer, what is the due date to go ahead and file the return? Composition dealer, what is the due date to file the return? Okay, give me a second, everyone. Give me a second. Okay, people who are attending in the Academica channel, is it fine now or it is buffering? Can you please tell me so that I can continue? People who are watching in the Academica channel, please tell me, is it fine or buffering? People who are watching in the Academica channel, please tell me, is it fine or buffering? Quickly tell me. Just give me a minute, everyone. Let me check in the Institute ka channel. Students are not able to comment. Students are telling buffering. Just give me a minute, everyone. Let me check. All the students who are watching, just give me a minute. We are restarting. Everything will be fine. Okay. We are restarting. People who are watching, just hold it for a minute. Yeah, I think it's working all fine now. Is it working fine now? Audio is fine. Audio is fine. People watching at the Academica channel, is it fine now? Quickly give me a heads up. It's working now. Yes, everyone. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Everything is fine. Chalo, theek hai. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. Yes, sir. Low voice. Hey, low voice. Voice is same. Chalo, we'll continue, everyone. Let's go ahead, everyone. Let's go ahead and continue. Yes, sir. Everything is fine now. Chalo, let's go ahead. Okay. The buffering issue is gone. Let's continue, everyone. Everyone over here. I was asking you guys over here. Okay? If you are a composition dealer, people over here, listen to me very carefully. People over here, listen to me very carefully now. I'll repeat for those students who missed it. Once for all, everyone, let's go ahead and repeat. Section number 29.2 went ahead and told about when your registration will be cancelled. Very, very important from exam point of view. 29.2 goes ahead and talks about 5 points which are there. A, B, C, D, E. 5 points over here. In rule number 29.2, A, it goes ahead and says registered person has contravened such provision of the act or rules, then the registration. There is an issue with the audio. Arey, what is the issue with the audio now? Just give me a second. What is the issue with the audio? Is the audio clear to all? It's clear. It's clear. Is the audio clear, everyone? Is the audio clear? Everyone, please tell me. Full clear. No, nothing, sir. No issues. Hey, where is this Bhumika? Everyone, here now. Chalo, we'll continue. Take it. Done. Audio is fine. No issues. Yes, let's go ahead. People, let's concentrate. Everyone over here now. Okay. Audio is fine. Yes, audio is fine. Done. Listen. Section number 29.2 went ahead and told, people, I'm repeating it. Listen carefully. Section number 29.2 went ahead and told, proper officer may cancel your registration where you have gone ahead and done 5 violations. A, B, C, D, E. These 5 are very, very important from exam point of view. Everyone listen. A went ahead and told where registered person has contravened such provision. Any provision nahi, only such provision of the act or rules. If you have contravened, your registration will be cancelled. Rule number 21 says, if you don't do business from the declared place of business, registration cancelled. Number 2, if you issue a bogus invoice without going in and actually supplying, registration cancelled. Third, if you violate the provision of section number 171, if you violate, registration cancelled. Bank account details, rule number 10A, if you don't furnish, registration cancelled. If you take ITC in violation of section number 16, registration will be cancelled. Furnishing the details of GSTR 1 or 1A. If you furnish the details of GSTR 1 or 1A, this is the amendment this time, which is more than the GSTR 3B ka details. GSTR 3B may have shown only 1 lakh sale, GSTR 1 may have shown 1 crore sale. There is a difference. Registration will be cancelled. If you violate the provision of rule number 86B went ahead and told, rule number 86B went ahead and simply told that, sir, if you have to, rule number 86B goes ahead and says 1% should always be paid in cash. Whenever you are paying your liability ka 1% should be paid in cash. 99% you can use your credit. If you violate that condition, registration will be cancelled. The next is, if you have gone ahead and filed your GSTR 3B, if you have not filed it for 6 months continuously, registration cancelled. If you are a person under quarterly return and 2 quarter ke liye, if you have not gone ahead and filed your GSTR 3B continuously for 2 quarter, registration will be cancelled. The next is, if you are a composition dealer. People, can you tell me composition dealer ka due date for filing the return, everyone? Composition dealer, sir, composition dealer ka due date for filing the return is 30th of June. The amendment this time, earlier it was 30th April, now it is 30th of June. So 30th of June was the due date for filing the return. So once the year gets over, a composition dealer ka year got over, by 30th June he should file his return. If 30th June he did not file his return, he has 3 more months. He can go ahead and file the return, which is GSTR 4. If it does not go ahead and file within the next 3 months, his registration will be cancelled. Done, sir. The next one. Registered person other than composition supplier means normal person have not furnished return for such continuous period as may prescribed, and prescribed is already there in rule number 21, which says normal person other than composition, if they don't go ahead and file their return for 6 months, or if they are under quarterly return 2 quarter, then the registration will be cancelled. Done, sir. If you are a person who has taken voluntary registration and you have not commenced your business, remember, if you have not commenced your voluntarily, you told I want registration, voluntarily you took registration, and Baba, if you don't commence your business within 6 months from the date of registration, your registration will be cancelled. The next one over here, so sir, voluntary registration taken within 6 months, start business. If you don't start your business, your registration will be cancelled again. And if you have taken registration by fraud, willful misstatement, you have done wrong statement in your registration time pay and you have taken registration, or you have suppressed the facts which are important, then they were going in and telling we will go ahead and cancel your registration. Other than this, section number 29 means nothing is important. The only point which is the most important point is when can your registration be cancelled. Please be very careful about it. Sir, my registration is cancelled. Please don't cancel my registration. Please revoke. This is the cancellation order, sir. Please revoke. Please cancel the cancellation order. Then, Baba, you have to apply for revocation. Everyone, listen to me very carefully. So, whenever your registration is cancelled, so for example, my registration got cancelled over here and they communicated the order saying registration cancelled. Then remember one thing, once my registration is cancelled, within 90 days, I should apply for revocation. I should give a revocation application. Please listen carefully, everyone. Within 90 days, I should give a revocation application. Sir, please don't cancel my registration. How will I do business? So you can go ahead and apply with a revocation application within 90 days. And that is what is revocation over here. Within 90 days, you have to apply for revocation. A proper advisor is satisfied that your registration should not be cancelled. He will revoke the cancellation order and tell you, okay, go do business. He will revoke the cancellation and issue an order. But if officer is not satisfied, he will go ahead and issue a love letter, show cause notice. You have to reply with the clarification information document. And then he is satisfied, then he will revoke the cancellation and issue an order. If he is not satisfied, he will reject your application. Always remember one thing. So what will happen over here? Registration cancelled, apply for revocation. Revocation के लिए you should apply within 90 days or further 180 days additional time can be given to you. Remember this time limit that you should apply within 90 days or further 180 days का time limit can be given to you. Sir, whenever you apply for revocation, they are going ahead and telling, once you have gone ahead and applied for revocation, the officer will go ahead and do the verification and he will give the revocation order. Everyone listen to me very carefully. Your registration was cancelled. You applied for revocation. Ki, sir, please cancel the cancellation order. They will go ahead and give you the revocation order. Once they give you the revocation order, from here, cancellation till revocation, you would not have filed your return. Or might be you did not file your return. 1 minute. You did not file your return for 6 months. Before this, you did not file your return for 6 months. That is why they cancelled your registration. Now you are applying for revocation. Revocation order came. So, Baba, always remember, before the revocation order, whatever returns were pending, all the returns should be filed within the next 30 days. So, basically what happened, because you did not file your return, they cancelled your registration. You applied for revocation. So, they gave you revocation order. But once they give you revocation order, no, before this, any pending returns which are there, within the next 30 days of revocation order, whatever the returns are pending, you should go ahead and file within the next 30 days. Remember one point, if you don't file, then registration will be cancelled again. And that is the new point over here. Ki, sir, if you violate the provision of 3rd and 4th proviso to rule number 23.1, Baba, you don't have to remember this point. You can remember it simply. I have gone ahead and written down in the amendment booklet over here. If registered person does not furnish all the pending return within 30 days from the date of revocation order. So everyone listen to me very carefully. You did not file your return for 6 months. So they went ahead and cancel your registration. If you don't file your return for 6 months, registration will be cancelled. Correct. Your registration cancelled. You went ahead and applied for revocation. Done. Sir, please don't cancel my cancellation. My registration, please don't cancel. You applied for revocation. They gave you the revocation order. Mind it, everyone. Once they give you revocation order, Till here, whichever returns are pending, please file within the next 30 days. If you don't file within 30 days, your registration will be cancelled again, and that is the amendment point over here. See, if registered person, I hope you have the amendment booklet. Please go to page number 4 over here. If registered person does not file all the pending returns within 30 days, from the date of revocation order of cancellation of registration, local language was violating the provision of third proviso, fourth proviso, etc. This local language you might not be able to write. It's okay. You can go ahead and write, sir, the day revocation order came, before revocation, basically I did not file 6 month return, so they cancelled my registration. Then I went applied for revocation. They gave me the revocation order. Till here, whichever returns were pending, please file within the next 30 days. If you don't do, your registration will be cancelled. Done, sir. This point is clear, and this was the amendment ka point which was there. We have covered all your amendments also. Everyone in the registration, number one, metal scrap wala amendment. Metal scrap wala people are not exempted if their turnover exceeds 40 lakh, 20 lakh, 10 lakh registration limit. They should take registration and start charging GST under forward charge mechanism. Done, sir. This point you are told. Rule number 8, biometric is now applicable across India. So if you are identified by the portal based on risk analysis, they can call you, hey, after application submitted, come do your biometric, submit your original document, and only then your application will be deemed to be submitted. This is now applicable across India. Then we learned registration mein. Registration mein, what did we learn, sir? Amendment ka point over here. Cancellation of registration mein, ki sir, after GSTR 1, GSTR 1A has been added, and this one more point has been there. That's all is the change in amendment, everyone. That is the amendment in the chapter of registration. That's all, everyone. There is no other changes in registration. In registration, suspension may one place after GSTR 1, 1A has been added. This is, I've told you anyways, wherever you see GSTR 1, now GSTR 1A word has been added. Sir, suspension, Baba, C minus graded. I don't believe it is very, very important. But still, you can read once and go. Just read once the first 3 points and go for exam. Don't leave this first 3 points. When can your registration be suspended? Please remember these 3 points. Baba, other than that, I've gone ahead and covered everything. I told you already, the first chart is A plus graded. You will get one question in the exam. Section number 25, I've told you the most important point which was there. Here, these 4 points are the most important point which you should take care. Section number 27, CTP NRT with 5 days prior you should apply. 90 plus 90 days, remember, is the maximum time limit. What are the core field amendment I have told you? Remember, suspension. When can your registration be suspended? These 3 points you can just read and go. Done, sir. After this, we learned cancellation. In cancellation, I have told you section number 29(2). Baba, A graded. You will see this time in the exam. They will ask you, what are the situation when your registration will be cancelled? Baba, out of all of them, just write 5 points and come from here. 29(2) till 29(2) till here. They can go ahead and ask one small question. I believe they will ask one question. When can your registration be cancelled? Please do this and go. Revocation mein, what is the time limit to apply for revocation? 90 days plus 90 days. 90 days plus 90 days. 90 plus 180. 90 plus 180. Done, sir. That's all is from the chapter of registration. A plus graded chapter. Please, the important points which I have told, you must go ahead and do some questions today. Right, everyone? Closing my discussion on the chapter of registration. Let's take a break. We come back from the break and then we'll go ahead and discuss the chapter of exemption. Let's go ahead and take a break now. Sir, how much time break? So, okay, everyone, we'll take a 15 minutes break. Okay, sir. 11:03 it is. We will resume at 20. Done. Okay. Guru, let's meet at 11:20, everyone. I'll see you guys at 11:20. 11:20. 11:20. Let's go ahead. Let's go ahead. Am I audible, everyone? Okay, everyone, quickly. Let's go ahead. Let's go ahead. Audio video is clear to all. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let everyone quickly come in. Chalo, now we'll go ahead and do the chapter of exemption, everyone. Please come to the chapter of exemption. See, exemption as a chapter is big. Yes, I can understand it is big. But again, it is A plus graded chapter. I will say you will see in the exam 6 marks in the exam. You can't go ahead and leave 6 marks in the exam. 6 to 8 marks is something what I expect out of this chapter. So we all have to go ahead and study this chapter properly. Very, very important chapter from exam point of view. Let's do exemption. Everyone, please come to the chapter of exemptions, everyone. Now, see, we started learning GST with goods or service. Goods or service has to be supplied. Supply can be either interstate supply or supply can be either intrastate supply. Interstate supply, I GST will be levied. Intrastate, C GST will be levied. Once GST gets levied, GST should be collected and paid by a taxable person. In between of imposition, that is levy of GST, and collection of GST, there comes exemption ka chapter, which goes ahead and says once GST gets imposed, if there is an exemption which is there, then it will be out of GST, even though GST got imposed. But if it is falling in an exemption, it will be out and GST will not come on it. And hence, you don't have to collect and pay if it is falling in an exemption. Now, exemption can be with respect to goods also. Exemption can be with respect to services also. Goods ka exemption. What goods are exempted from GST? That is not applicable for you guys. But services which are exempted from GST is applicable for you guys. And Baba, in services, we have approximately 100 services which are there, which are exempted from GST. All these services, I have gone ahead and divided area wise, and we have around 10 charts which we'll be going ahead and discussing. And this time in your exam, you will see a 6 to 8 marks in your exam from exemption, everyone. Chalo, let's go ahead and get started with the first chart with respect to exemption. Ready, everyone? Are we all ready? Can we go ahead? Yes, sir. Ready? Let's go ahead. Exemption with respect to goods. Goods not applicable. Services are applicable. Now, section number 11 goes ahead and gives the power to the government that government can go ahead and issue an exemption notification. One notification government can issue, and government can write what are the various services which are exempted from GST. And government have gone ahead and issued this exemption, wherein government have told this notification number 12 bar 2017 is the notification where government have gone ahead and told the exemptions which are given. The first area where the exemption is relating to charitable and religious activity. Charitable and religious activities. Done. So let's go ahead and read the charitable and religious activities. If there is an entity which is registered under section number 12 AA or AB of the Income Tax Act, first of all, listen to me very carefully. So, if there is an entity which is registered under 12 AA or AB of the Income Tax Act and it is going in and doing charitable activity, then that charitable activity will be exempted. Now, for an example, I am registered under 12 AA or AB of the Income Tax Act. Under income tax, for income to be exempted from tax, you have to register under section number 12 AA or AB. Now, I am an entity registered under 12 AA or AB of the Income Tax Act. If I do charitable activity, it will be exempted. For example, I am teaching you guys, is it a charitable activity? So we have to go ahead and see if it is falling in charitable activity ka definition, only then it is exempted. So it says if there is an entity which is registered under 12 AA or AB of the Income Tax Act and it is doing a charitable activity. Now you will go ahead and tell me, sir, what is a charitable activity over here? And they have gone ahead and defined charitable activity as charitable activities means a charitable activity is a activity to be called a charitable activity. It should fall in the definition, and charitable activity is an activity which relates to public health. So if you are going in and doing public health related activity like care and counseling of terminally ill people. Terminally means who are about to terminate, last stage, terminally ill, or severely physical or mentally disabled person who is severely mentally disabled person, or you are taking care care or counseling you are doing, or HIV or AIDS infected, drug addict, alcohol addict, then government is going ahead and telling Baba, drug addict, alcohol addict, HIV AIDS infected, mentally disabled person, or physically disabled person, or terminally ill people. If you are going ahead and if you are charitable institution, first of all, which is registered under 12A or AB, plus you are doing charitable activity, which is basically care or counseling, you are going ahead and doing of these people, then you are doing a good activity. Government is telling whatever amount you go ahead and charge them, don't charge any GST, just take care of them, don't collect any GST. Whatever amount you are charging, it's okay, don't collect any GST. Government says, I don't want GST, GST exempted. Or if you are doing public awareness about preventive health, what is preventive health? So that you don't become about to go, so that your health does not go down. You are going ahead and making people aware. You are doing seminars on preventive health, family planning or prevention of HIV infection, so that you don't go ahead and fall in this criteria anywhere. So that you are preventing your health, family planning related or prevention of HIV infection related. If I am doing any seminar, if I am doing public awareness, whatever amount I charge, I should not go ahead and charge any GST. If I am doing a charitable activity, which is basically advancement of religion, spirituality and yoga, Baba, if I am going in and promoting yoga, I am an entity registered under 12A and I am giving yoga classes, I am giving spirituality classes, whatever amount I charge, I should not go ahead and charge any GST. If I am going in and doing advancement of religious program, skill development program, which is relating to abandoned children, homeless children, orphan children, physically, mentally abused, I am going in and teaching prisoners in the jail or person greater than 65 residing in rural. Baba, remember this point. If I am going in and teaching, giving educational program, skill development program for person greater than 65 and residing in rural area, then Baba, remember, my service will be a charitable service and I should not go ahead and charge in GST. Just imagine, I am teaching prisoners. I am an entity registered under 12A or AB and I am teaching prisoners. If I go ahead and charge them GST, they'll make my chutney over there. So government is telling, no, don't go ahead and charge any GST. Whatever amount you are going ahead and charging, don't charge any GST. So these people say, I should not go ahead and charge any GST. If I am going ahead and doing anything for preservation of environment, watershed, water bodies, forest or wildlife, if I am going ahead and doing anything for the preservation, whatever services I am giving, I should not go ahead and charge any GST. You can remember it like this. If you are a charitable institution doing charitable activity, which is PAPI activities. PAPI activities. What is PAPI activities, everyone? If you are doing public health related care or counseling or public awareness, A for advancement of religion, spirituality and yoga you are doing. P for preservation of environment, watershed, forest, etc. if you are doing. E for educational or skill development program if you are going ahead and doing, then Baba, you don't have to go ahead and charge any GST. So charitable institution doing charitable activity, which is which activities? PAPI activities. Done, sir. This point is clear. The next one, running an old age home. If you are running a old age home, okay? So if you are an entity which is registered under 12A or AB and you are running a old age home, okay? Old age home is basically for old people, for resident greater than equal to 60 year. Baba, greater than equal to 60 year. Either it is 60 or more than 60, sir, and it should be for resident, and the consideration should be up to 25,000 per month per member. Consideration should be up to 25,000 per month per member, which is there. Then Baba, whatever you are charging them, which is 25,000, then you should not charge GST. Remember, if it is husband and wife both told over here, two people ke liye, the exemption will be 50, 25 plus 25,000. Done, sir. Remember, old age home can be run by an entity which is registered under 12A or AB, then also it is exempt. If old age home is run by central government or state government, then also it will be exempted. This will not go ahead and charge GST. So for an example, I am running an old age home. I am an entity registered under 12A or AB and I am going ahead and renting out. I am going ahead and giving, I am basically running an old age home where old people are staying and I am charging them 25,000. I should not go ahead and charge them any GST. Done, sir. This point is clear. The next one over here. If I am an entity registered under 12A or AB and I am renting the precincts of a religious place. What do you mean by renting the precincts of a religious place? Renting out the area of a religious place. Religious place means what? Gurudwara, temple, etc. If I am going ahead and renting out the place, religious place ka area, then I am going ahead and doing, then in that scenario, they are going ahead and telling either you are renting out the religious place ka area, you might be an entity registered under 12A, or the religious place might be a trust, institution, body or any authority, no problem at all. They are going in, so all these temples, Gurudwara, etc. which is there, which is a religious place where They go ahead and rent out rooms for people to stay. They go ahead and give Kalyan Mandapam for people to stay. Sir, they go ahead and give shops for people to go ahead and put up shops over there. For an example, we'll go ahead and take whose example? We will take the example of Guru. Okay? Guru is over here. Guru is going ahead and telling, sir, I want to get married. He went to Kalyan Mandapam. He went to a temple and told, please go ahead and give me the Kalyan Mandapam on rent. Kalyan Mandapam. Or he told, give me the open area on rent so that I can go ahead and get married. If the temple is going ahead and telling him 10,000 rupees, then temple will go ahead and charge him GST on that 10,000. So do one thing. Baba, here, what will, whose marriage we are getting done? We are getting Guru married. Okay? Guru went in and put 1 rupee in the temple ka hundi. 9999. If he goes in and pays, there will be no GST. So temple going in and charging 9999 per month or per day. Baba, full month you will not get married. Per day. If their temple is going in and charging you 9999 per day for that Kalyan Mandapam or the open space which they have given you, they will not go ahead and charge you any GST. Now, when you will get married, people will come to stay. You will have to take rent, room on rent. So the temple went ahead and gave you rooms on rent. If the temple is charging you 1,000, they will charge you GST. So better you put 1 rupee in the hundi, they will charge you 999 and it will be exempted. After you get married, Baba, honey is there. Now money is required. So what will you do? You will go ahead and tell the temple, please give me a shop on rent. When they give you a shop on rent, if they are going and charging you 10,000 per month, they will charge GST. You put 1 rupee in the hundi, it will become 9999 and it will be exempted. Last time, exam mein exactly same 999 and 9999 is exempt. This point had come in the exam in an MCQ. Right, everyone? So remember, 999 and 9999 is exempted. So, sir, room, premises or shop, whenever it is given on rent, if it is less than 1,000, less than 10,000, less than 10,000, then it is exempted. Done, sir. This point is clear. In the exam, where it is when write it's exempt, where the amount is below. Don't write in the exam 999, 999. No. Write when it is below 1,000 or for premises, Kalyan Mandapam and shop, right? When it is below 10,000, it is exempted. Done, sir. One more point over here, conduct of religious ceremony. So, sir, birth ceremony, marriage ceremony, death ceremony, all this ke liye you will call Panditji. Panditji will come and do the puja. Whatever amount the Panditji is going ahead and charging, the priest is going ahead and charging, they will not go ahead and charge any GST, because anyone conducting any religious ceremony, any person conducting, not by charitable institution, anyone conducting, the GST is not there, it is exempted. The next is, everyone remember one thing, if there is an entity which is registered under 12A or AB and it is going ahead and giving training or coaching in sports, then it shall be exempted. My question to all of you, we started giving training or coaching in sports. We are not an entity registered under 12A or AB. For example, Prakash Padukone Academy is going ahead and giving training or coaching in sports, taxable or exempt. Prakash Padukone Academy is a private academy not registered under 12A or AB. It is giving training or coaching in sports, T or E, taxable or exempt. Tell me. Taxable or exempted? You have to tell me. Sir, taxable. Very good. Taxable. Because only if it is given by an entity which is registered, only when it is given by an entity which is registered under 12A or AB, then it is exempted. Anyone other than this, if they are going ahead and giving training or coaching in sports, then it shall always be taxable. Done, sir. Done, sir. Very good. Very good. If it is given by entity registered under 12A or AB, only then it is exempt. One point which I want you guys to remember, training or coaching in recreational activity relating to art and culture. You are giving art related classes, drawing classes, sculpture classes, art and culture related classes. If it is given by individual, only it is exempt. If it is given by individual, it is exempt. For an example, we'll go ahead and say Bindu madam started giving training to students in art, drawing related classes. My question over here, is it taxable or exempted? T or E? Taxable or exempted? Here, remember one thing, if any training or coaching is recreational activity, which is art and culture related classes, if it is given by individual, it is always exempted. And Bindu over here is an individual giving training or coaching in art related classes, it shall be always exempted. Done, sir. Very good, everyone. The next one, religious pilgrimage. So, Baba, KMVNL and Hajj committee, whenever they are going ahead and giving religious pilgrimage, taking people for pilgrimage, they are going ahead and telling over here, religious pilgrimage KMVNL is doing or Hajj committee is going ahead and giving religious pilgrimage related, they're taking people for religious pilgrimage. KMVNL is taking Kailash Mansarovar Yatra ke liye people ko, or Hajj committee is taking for Hajj. Then remember one thing, these two religious pilgrimages have been exempted. One is Kailash Mansarovar Yatra and the other one is Hajj. Done, sir. This point is clear. The next is services by rehab professional, rehabilitation professional. Sir, who is a rehabilitation professional? For an example, we'll go ahead and take whose example. This is Vijay over here. Okay, Vijay has one bottle in his hand. He's become drug addict, alcohol addict. So what will happen? He will be put in one rehab center. In the rehab center, doctors don't treat you. Rehabilitation professionals will treat you. So when rehabilitation professionals will treat you, they are giving their services at a rehabilitation center. So rehabilitation professionals, when they give their services at a rehab center and take money, is it taxable or exempt? They have gone ahead and told services by rehabilitation professional, whoever is a rehabilitation professional and giving services by way of rehabilitation, therapy or counseling, if they are going ahead and giving at a medical establishment, educational institution, or they are giving at a rehab center which is set up by the central government, state government, union territory, or they are giving their services at an entity which is registered under 12A or AB, then rehabilitation center, rehabilitation professional ka services will be exempted. So for an example, we'll go ahead and take Divya is a rehabilitation professional. Divya, yes sir. Divya is a rehabilitation professional going ahead and giving her service at a rehab center which is set up by the government. Exempted. Divya has gone ahead and given her services at a private rehabilitation center which is not a medical establishment, not a medical hospital, not a college, educational institution. No, it's not a rehabilitation center which is set up by the government, or it's not an entity which is registered under 12A or AB. If you have gone ahead and given your services at a private rehab center, then Baba, your services will be taxable. But if you are going ahead and giving your services at a medical establishment, educational institution, medical establishment means all these medical colleges, medical hospitals, educational institution means medical colleges which are there, rehab center which is set up by the government, and entity which is registered under 12AA or AB. Done everyone? Then your services will be exempted. Everyone over here now. Residential program and camps. For this one point has been told. Everyone over here now. You went for yoga classes. You went for yoga classes. Okay? When you went for yoga classes, they told residential program for yoga, we will give you food and accommodation. Food and accommodation pe GST is there, but yoga mein GST is not there. When it is yoga classes is provided with food and accommodation, remember one thing, it becomes a composite supply, taxable at the rate of principal supply. You went to eat and sleep, or you went to do yoga. You went to do yoga, and the entire amount which is being charged from you will be exempted. That's all they have gone ahead and told. If predominant objective is advancement of religious, spirituality and yoga, the entire amount will be exempted. Sir, if charitable institution is merely going ahead and giving place on rent, or it is going ahead and merely serving food, then will it be exempted? No. If principal supply is exempt, the entire amount becomes exempt. If one charitable institution merely started going ahead and selling food, running restaurant, or running a hotel, giving accommodation service, that will be taxable. It will not be exempted. Done, sir. This point is clear. Sir, religion, spirituality and yoga services are being exempted, not dance classes. Now what happened? Activities such as holding camp, classes, aerobics, fitness camp, dance, music by all these charitable institution. If they are going ahead and doing, charitable institution is going ahead and doing aerobics class, dance class, Baba, those are taxable. Those are not religion, spirituality and yoga classes. Done, sir. This point is clear. Here we are done with your charitable and religious activities, sir. From exam point of view, because it has come in the last attempt only, I will not go ahead and classify it as A graded. I'll classify it as C graded. Very less chances of coming, but still, you can remember the PAPI activities which I have told. They can go ahead and ask you the PAPI activities. Running of old age home. Remember, this point can come 25,000 and person greater than equal to 60 and amount charged up to 25,000. Then it is exempted. This point, please be careful. This one has come in the last attempt, so very less chances of coming again. This I like it. Training or coaching in sports given by entity registered under 12A, then it is exempt. Training or coaching in art or culture given by individual is exempt. This point I like it, everyone. Done, sir. Other than this, this chart is a C graded chart. Once we have gone ahead and covered, again you should cover in the month, in April, you should go ahead and cover this revision again. And in May, one day before the exam, okay, if you want, you can see it, but not very important. We'll go ahead and move to the next one, government related services. A graded exam ke point of view say A graded, everyone. We will go ahead and do this now. But before that, you have to tell me, are we clear with charitable and religious activities, everyone? Are we all 100% clear with this? Charitable and religious activities, is it clear to all? Then we'll move ahead to the next one, which is here, which is government related services, everyone. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Clear, clear, clear. Okay, everyone, let's go ahead. Now listen. Government related services. We'll go ahead and do now is government related services. Everyone over here. Government related services. So central government, state government, local authority or union territory. People listen carefully. This, I believe, you will see a 2 marker question this time. This chart say you will see one small 2 to 3 marker question this time. Please concentrate properly. Important chart from exam point of view. It says, if there is central government, state government, local authority or union territory related services. So basically, if central government, state government is going ahead and if services are given by the Department of Post, services given by whom, everyone? Department of Post. Which services, everyone? PIBO. Remember PIBO. Postcard related service, inland letter card related service, book post related service, or ordinary post where envelopes weighing less than 10 gram, it shall always be exempt. PIBO services shall always be exempted. P for postcard, I for inland letter card, book post or ordinary post where envelope weighing less than 10 gram, it shall always be exempted. PIBO services shall be exempted. Now, the next one is any other services which are there. Other services can be, sir, speed post related service, express parcel related service, sir, agency services, life insurance services, express parcel related service, etc. Any other services other than PIBO. Always remember, there is no reverse charge. There is always forward charge mechanism. GST is there on any other services which are there. Done, sir. First, you remember post related services. Very, very important. The next is services in relation to aircraft or vessel inside or outside the airport or port. Any services given to aircraft or any services given to a ship at a port. Remember one thing, even if the port is being run by government, government will go ahead and charge GST on the ship. So supposingly aircraft is landing in an airport, the airport is being managed by the government. So aircraft ko landing services, on ground services, sir, parking services, all these services will be given by the government. So whatever services are given to an aircraft or ship, always GST will be charged by the government under forward charge mechanism. ठीक है sir. Again, government ka another department is Indian Railways ka department. People, I want you guys to be very, very careful about Indian Railways. This time in the RTP also they have gone ahead and asked, and I will show you that point in the RTP. But first tell me one thing, Indian Railways, the Ministry of Railways, Indian Railways, which is the government of India department, again, always they will go ahead and charge GST under forward charge. Indian Railway doing any services, always remember GST will come under forward charge mechanism. Now here, they have gone ahead. Sir, this exemption was not applicable for January exam. So, Baba, now it is applicable for May exam. It's an amendment for your May exam. Everyone over here, see. Services by Ministry of Railway is always chargeable to forward charge mechanism. But then they told if they are giving services to individual by way of sale of platform ticket, facility of retiring or waiting room, sir, platform ticket is being sold. You know, platform ticket, 10 rupees ka platform ticket will be sold. If you want to go to the platform to receive someone, you have gone to the platform, or to drop someone, you have gone to the platform. Please buy platform ticket. Okay? Or facility of retiring or waiting rooms are there in the railway station. Okay? Or clock room to store your goods, or battery operated car services are given nowadays. Always remember one thing, these are new exemption. GST will be exempted on this all services. GST. See, all services of the Indian Railways is under forward charge. Any service of the Indian Railway, if it is giving under forward charge mechanism, they'll charge GST. But they have gone ahead and told retiring room, clock room, waiting room, battery operated car, all these services given by the Indian Railway, they will not go ahead and charge in GST. It's an exemption which is there. Done, sir. The next one, services by one zone of division under the Ministry of Railway to another zone or division under the Ministry of Railway. See, Baba, in Indian Railways, you will see Northern Division is there, Southern Division is there, Eastern Division is there, Western Division is there. All these are various divisions of the Indian Railway. Now, what happens? One division can go ahead and give services to another division. There can be inter-divisional services which are there. Within the divisions, the services can be provided. All these services which are provided by one division of the Indian Railway to another division, they will have separate GST number. But any service given by one division to another, there is no GST, it has been exempted. That's all they have gone ahead and told. One division to another division, GST has been exempted. Now, this third exemption is not applicable to you guys. Basically, when we made the books, we thought it will be applicable to you guys. But now, when you see the ICI ka new material which has come, this service, this point, they have not gone ahead and covered. Sir, why they have not gone ahead and covered? Because at intermediate level, might be the ICI would have thought that intermediate level pay, it is little difficult for students to understand. So this point has not been covered. Okay? Only the first two services has been covered. The third point for CA final has been covered, intermediate not covered. So we'll go ahead and read only these two. Done, sir. This point is clear. Remember, Indian Railway giving any services, always forward charge mechanism. But Indian Railways ka one division giving to another division exempted. Indian Railways ka clock services, retiring room, waiting room ka services, always GST has been exempted. Relating to this, in the RTP, you will go ahead and see one small point is there. I'll go ahead and show it to you, everyone. Where is that? Determine the taxability or otherwise provided by the Indian Railways. Ready, everyone? Ready? Can you go ahead and tell me this 7-point answer? There are 7 points. 4, 5, 6, 7. Everyone read and tell me the answer. Read. Don't worry. Do mistake. It's okay. Read. Once you're done, I will go ahead and do it. I'm giving you 1 minute so that you guys can try. Do mistake. It's okay. Then I will go ahead and do it for you. Read. Everyone over here now. See. Clock room services given to passengers. Sir, you just now told clock room services GST has been exempted. Very good. Next, services of transportation of passenger in second class. One point I want you guys to remember always, in transportation services, this point will come where we'll be going ahead and learning that only Indian Railways going ahead and giving services. Everyone, non-AC is exempt. First class and AC is taxable. Non-AC is exempt. First class and AC is only taxable. Other than that, non-AC etc. is always exempt. So, sir, in this scenario, what will happen to this? Services of transportation of passenger in second class is exempt, sir. Next, first class is taxable, AC is taxable, second class, sleeper class, all these are exempted. Platform tickets sold, sir, exempted. Renting of warehouse located in Bangalore railway station to Paras trader registered in Chennai. So what happened over here? Government went ahead and rented. So Indian Railway renting pe always forward charge mechanism. Yes, sir, we already learned renting pe always forward charge mechanism taxable. I told Indian Railways ka services always forward charge. Services of transportation of passenger in air conditioner coach. Air conditioner coach, sir, always GST will come, forward charge mechanism. Indian Railways will go ahead and charge GST under forward charge. AC GST will come. Done, sir. Services of transportation of relief material for victims in flood area. Now this also, when you read over here transportation services, in the next chart you will see over here railway ka case mein all transportation of goods is taxable, but except random item has been exempted. I hope you guys remember when we had done it in class, we had done it. Railways going in and transporting random item. Random mein relief material was there. Random means what? Relief material, agricultural produce, newspaper and magazine, defense and military equipment, organic manure, milk, salt, food grain, etc. transported by Indian Railways has been exempted. So, sir, always remember over here. Services of transportation of relief material for victim, sir, exempted. Relief material transportation, no GST, because random item, relief material is the first one. Services of transportation of organic manure. I have already gone ahead and told you organic manure, relief material transportation by Indian Railways also has been exempted. And hence you can go ahead and say over here Sir, over here, it will be exempted. Done, sir. This point is clear. So it is EEE. Then they went ahead and told taxable, and others are exempted. So we'll go ahead and see the last question over here. 1 minute here. E, E, E. Forward charge. This is also taxable forward charge. This is exempted and this is exempted. That's all. I hope everyone is clear with this point. I like it. In the exam, you will see Indian Railways pe they will go ahead and ask a 2 to 3 mark question. It's a very good question which they have gone ahead and framed and given over here. Chalo, we'll go ahead and continue everyone. Please come back. So first one, I went ahead and told you about post wala services. Second one, I told you about aircraft or vessel related service. Third, I told you about Ministry of Railway. Now I'm going ahead and telling if government is going ahead and renting. Baba, Ministry of Railway renting immovable property, that we have already understood. Now we are talking about government going ahead and renting any immovable property. Remember, registered person ko if it is giving government, for an example, one commercial building is there, government went ahead and gave it on rent to a registered person should pay GST under RCM. If government is renting to unregistered person, remember unregistered person, government will charge GST under forward charge mechanism. Reverse or forward, both will not come. If the rent of that place which government has given on rent per annum, total rent is up to 5,000 per annum, means might be per month rent is only 300 rupees. If government has gone ahead and given 300-400 rupees ka rent may one place per month, which is total is coming up to 5,000 per annum, then it shall be exempted. So Baba, generally, whenever government is going ahead and renting one immovable property, commercial property or any immovable property to a registered person goes ahead and pays GST under RCM. If government is renting it to an unregistered person, then Baba, forward charge mechanism shall apply. Done, sir. This point is clear. Government doing transportation services of goods or passenger, always forward charge mechanism. Any other services given by the government, any other services, always remember, post we have understood, aircraft or vessel related services we have understood, Indian Railway we have gone ahead and understood, sir, immovable property we have understood, transportation service we have understood, any other services which are given by the Indian Railway, any other services which are there other than post, airport, immovable property, Indian Railways and transportation. Remember one thing, other than this, post, aircraft or vessel, Ministry of Railway, immovable property, transportation, leave this. For this, I have already gone ahead and told you what is to be done. So, sir, other than this, any services which are provided to business entity should pay GST under RCM. Non-business entity will be exempted. And this we had gone ahead and learned over here in our chart over here also we had gone ahead and understood. Okay, sir, services by government other than PAIT, if given to a business entity, which business entity? Business entity has to pay GST under RCM, but then they went ahead and told if business entity ka aggregate turnover is more than registration limit, means it has to be a big business entity. Remember this point, everyone. If here, so any other services given by the government, any other services given by the government to a business entity, RCM will come. Non-business entity is exempted. Now here, if business entity is there, RCM will come. So for an example, government went ahead and gave one services to a business entity where Divya is the owner of the business entity. But business entity is small. Divya is telling, sir, if I have to pay GST under RCM, I have to take compulsory registration. So government went ahead and told if the business entity is small business entity whose last year turnover is less than equal to registration limit, last year turnover is less than equal to registration limit, then it shall be exempted. But if last year turnover is more than registration limit, then you have to go ahead and check the consideration. If government has gone ahead and charged more than 5,000, then you have to pay GST under RCM. If government has charged less than equal to 5,000 rupees, then the GST has been exempted. I want you guys to concentrate properly on this and go listen. Government gave you post related services. Post में PIBO services exempted. Other than that, forward charge mechanism. Done, sir. Post clear. Government is giving services to aircraft or ship. Remember, forward charge mechanism, GST will come. No exemption at all. Done, side. Indian Railways going ahead and giving services. Always forward charge mechanism will come. But Indian Railways का case में, remember this point everyone, platform ticket, retiring room, waiting room, etc. is always, clock room, etc. is always exempted. One zonal office to another zone is also exempted. Done, sir. This point is clear. Indian Railways side. After that, immovable property. Immovable property, we are already gone ahead and understood that if government is going ahead and renting out immovable property, here only we had learned other than Indian Railways, if government is renting immovable property to a registered person should pay GST under RCM. If government is renting to unregistered person, what will happen, sir? Unregistered person ka case mein forward charge mechanism will be applicable. One is transportation services. All transportation services given by the government will come under forward charge mechanism. But here there is a star. Why, sir? Because when we learn transportation services, you will see not all services forward charge. Some services are also exempted. Other than this, other than post, aircraft or vessel, Indian Railway, immovable property and transportation. Leave this PAIIT services. Other than this, any service given by the government to a business entity, non-business entity, government gave you services. You are not a business entity only. Government giving services. For example, you went to the government. You are not a business entity. You told some gundas are coming to my place and disturbing me. You went ahead and complained to the government, and government went ahead and gave you some service. Then always remember, non-business entity ko government giving service is always exempt. Police came and police department gave you the service. One constable was placed outside your home and they charged you 10,000 rupees. You are not a business entity. You don't have to pay any GST. Shah Rukh Khan went and told the government, I need for my business, Baba, Shah Rukh Khan ka business entity, Red Chillies Entertainment went and told Shah Rukh Khan going for IPL matches needs bodyguards, or not bodyguards, he needs police protection. So police was being called and police went ahead and charged him. Whatever the police ko he is paying, always remember one thing, the Red Chillies Entertainment, which is a business entity, has to pay the GST under RCM. It says over here, see, all other services provided to a business entity should pay GST under RCM, but not small business entity. It will be payable only by a big business entity. So big business entity which is there, which is a big business entity whose turnover in the last year is more than registration limit. If the amount charged is more than 5,000, then the GST has to be paid by business entity under RCM. I want everyone to tell me, are we all 100% clear with this point? Can we go ahead, everyone? Yes, sir, we are all clear. Now listen to me very carefully. Just give me a minute. Chalo, now. Okay, chalo, now listen. Now, there are some services of the government which are always exempted. Some services of the government which are always exempted. You have to remember these services. Guaranteeing loans of their undertaking or PSU. If government is going ahead and guaranteeing the loans of their own undertaking or public sector undertaking. Sir, government went ahead and told the bank, hey bank, give loan to my undertaking, give loan to government of India undertaking. Government is going ahead and giving guarantee to the bank. For guaranteeing the bank, government will go ahead and charge some amount from the public sector undertaking. Always remember one thing, that amount is exempted from tax. So whenever government is giving guaranteeing services, it is always exempted. Guaranteeing loans of their own undertaking means government undertaking or public sector undertaking from bank or financial institution is always exempted. Providing registration which is required under law. If government is going ahead and providing any registration, shop sale establishment ka registration, PT registration, remember, whatever amount government is charging, government will not charge any GST. Government is providing registration under the law, government will not charge any GST. Services by way of issuance of passport, visa, driving license, birth certificate, death certificate, government giving you birth certificate, death certificate, whatever amount government is going and charging, government will not charge any GST. Driving license, birth certificate, passport, whatever charges are taken, government does not charge any GST. Services by way of deputing officer after officers on holiday for inspection. So basically what happens, if your goods have come from outside India and you want the goods to be cleared on a holiday, you have to go ahead and call one custom officer. It is under custom, it will come. That custom officer, because he comes on a holiday, government goes ahead and charges you merchant overtime fees because you are making him work after working hours, or you are making a GST officer work on a holiday. Then Baba, in that scenario, government charges you merchant overtime fees, and merchant overtime fees is exempt from GST. The next one, tolerating non-performance of a contract against fine or liquidated damage. Baba, government going ahead and charging you any fine or liquidated damage, government will not go ahead. So government gave you some work and you did not go ahead and do it on time. Government charge you fine, liquidated damage, that is GST exempted. Government will not go ahead and charge you any GST. The next one, government went ahead and gave the right to use natural resources to individual farmer for cultivation of plant or rearing of life form of animal except horses. One farmer went to the government and told, sir, give me this land, I will get my sheep, I will get my goats, I will get my cows over here for grazing. So government gave you the right to use the natural resource and government is charging you an amount. Remember, if you are an individual farmer, whatever amount you pay to the government, there is no GST applicable on it. That's all they are going in and telling. But in case of horses, if government gave you the right to use the natural resource for the horses, then it will always be taxable. The next one over here is other exemption, services given by fair price shop. You know this, ration shops are there, ration shops going ahead and giving services to the government. Ration shops going ahead and giving services to the government. The ration wala shop is distributing public ko ration. For this, basically, government will go ahead and give some commission to the ration wala. So the services given by this guy to government and charging commission, there is no GST on that. The next is training program. Always remember, this is a nice point. I like it. Training program for which 75% or more expenditure is borne by the government. Remember, if 75% is borne by government, then the GST will be exempted. If, sir, less than 75% is borne by the government, 70% expense borne by the government, less than 75%, then it shall always be taxable. So for an example, I am going ahead and doing some training program for the government. I am going ahead and doing some training program for the government and I am going ahead and charging the government. Supposingly, I am doing some training program for the government and for which government is only paying me the money. I am giving training to the government employees, but government is paying the money to me. If 75% of the expenditure is borne by the government, then I should not go ahead and charge any GST on that. The next is any insurance scheme. So insurance company is selling insurance scheme and government is paying the premium. When government is paying the premium, just imagine you will collect GST from the government on the premium and pay it back to the government only. So it says insurance scheme where the premium is paid by the government is also exempted from GST. Done, sir. This point is clear. The next one, everyone. Here, the next is government going ahead and providing services to the government. Government to government services are always exempted. But, sir, this is not applicable to PAIIT. PAIIT means, sir, PAIT means post related service. Even if government is giving to government department, it is taxable. A for sir, aircraft or vessel related service, government giving to government only, GST will be taxable. It will not be exempted. I for, sir, Indian Railways going ahead and giving services to other government department, they will go ahead and charge GST. And T for transportation services given, always GST will come as usual it is. But other than this, any government giving services to the government, GST has been exempted. Government giving services to the government, GST will be exempted. Done, sir. This point is clear. Now listen to me very carefully. Government sets up governmental authority and governmental entity. What is the work of governmental authorities and governmental entity? I'll go ahead and tell you over here. Everyone listen to me very carefully. Governmental authority and governmental entity I've gone ahead and told over here. Governmental authority and governmental entity I've already gone ahead and told over here. Sir, what do you mean by governmental authority? What do you mean by governmental entity? Baba, nothing. Governmental authority and governmental entities are boards or authorities which are set up by the government. Both are set up by the government. Both may 90% of equity is there with the government. But authorities are set up by the government to do 243 G and W activity. Governmental authorities are set up by the government to do what? Whatever work was to be done by a panchayat. Like Baba, panchayat has to go ahead and manage the sewage which is there. Correct? For sewage maintenance, the municipality or the panchayat will go ahead and form one sewage board. That sewage board is what? Governmental authority. Done. So, municipality under 243 G and W and panchayat under 243 W, municipality under 243 W and panchayat under 243 G, whatever work is to be done by panchayat and municipality, government can go ahead and form governmental authority who will do that 243 G and W wala work for the panchayat, basically for the government. And governmental entities are formed by the government to do any work. Baba, authorities will only do 243 G and W wala work. Governmental entities do any work which is any function which is given by the government to them. So governmental entities do any work which is given by the government to them. Done, sir. This point is clear. Now listen. So what happened over here? Government went ahead and formed governmental authority and governmental entity. When government is going ahead and doing 243, everyone tell me one thing. When government is doing 243 G and W wala work, it is neither supply of goods nor supply of service. Correct? When panchayat and municipality doing 243 G and W wala work, it is neither supply of goods nor supply of service. Now they went ahead and formed authority to do that. 243G and W wala work. So they went ahead and told when governmental authority is doing 243G and W wala work, that services by an way of an activity under 240G and W will be exempted. So governmental, so whenever government, basically panchayat and municipality, is doing 240G and W wala work, that is neither supply of goods nor supply of service. Do you guys remember in supply chapter we had learned? Now government can go ahead and form governmental authority. When governmental authority does 243G and W wala work, that will also be exempted. That is what is being told, it will be exempted. Now government can also form governmental entity. Governmental entity will go ahead and do any work which is government is telling them, and in return, no, government gives them grant. So Baba, remember, when governmental entity is going ahead and doing work for the government, for which government is going ahead and giving them grant, then Baba, whatever work is done by governmental entity, that is also exempted. Yes sir, we all got this point. Now listen to me very carefully. Here government is there to do the 240G and W wala work. Baba, government has to do the 240G and W wala work. Yes. Panchayat and municipality has to do the 240G and W wala work. To do the 240G and W wala work, Baba, do you think panchayat will go and clean the road themselves? Or municipality will clean the road, clean the drainage system, clean the sewage system which is there? Will the panchayat and municipality do on their own, or they will outsource it? They will outsource it. So they will take these services from someone for doing basically their 243G and W wala work. They will get it done from someone else. When somebody is doing it for the government also, if they are giving purely services to the government where there is no goods, only purely cleaning services given, pure services, or where composite supply, goods plus service, and goods ka quantity is only 25% in the service, then remember, panchayat and municipality ko, if these services are given by anyone which is in relation to that 243G and W, Baba, so panchayat and municipality has to do 243G and W wala work. If they take 243G and W related services, which is purely service, or goods plus service where goods is only up to 25%, then it shall be exempted. That's what they are telling everyone. So pure service or composite supply of goods and service in which the value of goods constitute 25%. Either it is purely service or composite supply which consists of goods and service where the value of goods constitute 25%. It is by way of an activity in relation to panchayat under 240G and municipality under 240W given to the government, then it shall always be exempted. I want to go ahead and ask you, everyone over here. Number one, supposingly Ram went ahead. Ram gave pure services to government in relation to 243G. Taxable or exempt? You have to say taxable or exempt. Secondly, Shyam went ahead and gave composite supply, ठीक है, where goods were 30% of the total work and work relates to cleaning of road which is under 243G. My question in both of them, taxable or exempt? Sir, first one which is there, Ram gave pure services to the government, it is exempted. Second one which is there, because 30% is goods, it is not pure service, it is composite goods plus service. If it is 25% is goods, 25% is good, it is exempted. Here, sir, 30% is good, and hence, yes sir, it will be taxable. It will not be exempt, this will be taxable, because only if it is 25% is goods, 25% is goods, then it is exempted. Here it is 30% goods, and hence it will be taxable. Taxable. Done sir. Done. ठीक है, very good everyone, very good. ठीक है, very good. Done. The next one over here, listen to me very carefully. These governmental authorities are there. They will go ahead and do 243G and W ka work. To do 243G and W ka work, governmental authorities might go ahead and take some services. Like, I am the water supply board, governmental authority. Water supply board is governmental authority. To do the water supply ka work, we might go ahead and take some services from outside. So the input services which are taken to do this 243G and W, what input services if the governmental authority takes will be exempted. So government went ahead and told, if services provided to governmental authority by way of water supply, so governmental authority wanted water supply ka service, they took it. So if anybody is giving water supply ka service to the governmental authority, public health related, sanitation convergences related service, solid waste management related service, slum improvement and upgradation related service to the governmental authority, that service also will be exempted. So remember, water supply, public health related, sanitation related, solid waste management related, slum improvement related services, remember, it will be exempted. Done, sir. This point is clear. If it is given to whom? Governmental authority. Now here, two small point is there. One is a circular, which is an amendment ka circular. RERA, Real Estate Regulatory Authority. What is RERA, everyone? RERA is into urban planning and development. Urban planning and development means, sir, basically, sir, where should building come up? What should be the height of the building? Sir, all those building, apartment, etc. You all, Baba, all this RERA ka approvals, etc. is required. RERA is a Real Estate Regulatory Authority, which is a governmental authority, which is set up by the government. And it is RERA has been formed to do 240 G and W wala work. What is 240 G and W ka work? 240 G and W ka work is urban planning and development. In that one point, which is there in 240 G and W, one point is urban planning and development. And RERA has been formed to do urban planning and development. So, Baba, RERA is nothing other than a governmental authority. So, when RERA is going in and doing 240 G and W wala work, whatever RERA collects from people, statutory dues from the builders, etc., remember, it shall always be exempted, and this is a part of the amendment this time. It has been told RERA, the Real Estate Regulatory Authority, is a governmental authority and the statutory collection made by them are exempted from GST. This was not applicable for January exam, but for May onwards, it is applicable. Done, sir. This point is clear. Other than that, accommodation services, any services which are provided basically by the Army, Navy, etc., to whom? To their own people, or if it is given to any other person other than business entity, it will be always be exempted. But if it is given to, so sir, always remember, if accommodation service means any other service which is given by the government, accommodation service which is given by the police department, etc., Army, Navy, etc. department, if it is given to their own people, non-business entities, then it is always exempt. But if it is given to business entity, you have to see if it is a big business entity with aggregate turnover up to 5, up to registration limit, it is exempt. But big business entity and the amount charged is more than 5,000, business entity should pay GST under RCM. Done, sir. This point is clear. In this chart, I believe you will go ahead and see, it's an A graded chart. In exam, you will go ahead and see one small point. Sir, which are the most important point? I believe post you should remember. Indian Railways, you should remember. These 2 points of Indian Railways which I have gone ahead and told you, please be very careful about it. These 3 points which are down, these are good points. These 2 points which are pure service wala point and governmental authority go, whenever any governmental authority go, slum improvement related services, solid waste management related services are given to governmental authority, it is always exempted. And one more point, Baba, real estate wala, RERA wala point, I don't like it so much. Okay, it's an amendment, but okay. Okay, so these are the some of the important points. Sir, other than this, can you show us in the amendment booklet also? Yes, Baba, I'll show you in the amendment booklet. Exemption में statutory collection, RERA going ahead and collecting any amount. RERA is a governmental authority collecting any amount. The GST has been exempted. ठीक है sir. Statutory collection done by RERA because it is going ahead and giving the services which are told under 240 GNW. Governmental authority giving 240 GNW activity, whatever amount collected will always be exempted. Indian Railways, I have already told you. One zone office to another zone office, I have already gone ahead and told you. Now the next entry will come in the next chart which is there. People, are we all 100% clear with this point? Yes sir, this chart you will see a 2 to 3 mark question. Please don't leave and go. Right everyone? I'll close my revision on government related services. Done. Now we'll go ahead and move to the next one, but I want everyone to hit the like button and tell me, are we all clear? Yes everyone, are we all done till here? Chalo, can we go ahead, everyone? Give me a minute. Yes, sir. Everyone, over here now, the next chart which we are going to do is the transportation chart. 1 minute, I'll go ahead and talk to you guys and then we'll go ahead. Mercy madam, we'll be discussing till exemption for today. See, whenever I don't reply to your question which you have already asked, it means that question is useless and I'll ignore it. Okay, everyone? Sir, what is the plan for today? I told in the beginning only, we'll try to complete till exemption. Right? Chalo. Everyone, anyone, any other doubt? Guru. Chalo. Are we all clear till here, everyone? I will give you 1 minute break where we will talk to each other and then we'll go ahead. You have any more doubts which are there? One doubt, sir, today's class is Baba, we'll do at least 2-3 more charts and then we'll wrap up. Okay? Next. Hey people, all done till here, all clear everyone? Can we go ahead? People are telling, sir, we are not interested in talking because we are not in classroom. If we are in classroom, we can talk to each other. But here, sitting at home, whom should we talk to? You can talk to me other than asking, sir, when will the class get over? Chalo everyone, let's go ahead. Let's go ahead. Chalo, can we go ahead, everyone? Can we go ahead, everyone? Yes, sir. Let's go ahead. Chalo. Everyone over here now. Now we are going to talk about transportation service. Sir, transportation from exam point of view, what kind of a chapter you think transportation? I believe again, one small point you will be able to see from transportation this time in the exam. Let's go ahead and do transportation. Transportation, I'll go ahead and classify it as B graded, not A graded. You might see, you might not see. 1, 2 to 3 marker, one small point in the exam. Okay? Now listen to me very carefully. Transportation service. Transportation can be of passenger also. Transportation can be of goods also. Transportation can be of passenger or transportation can be of goods. Okay? Passenger transportation. Passenger transportation, passengers can be without belongings. Might be they have a bag or might be they don't have bag. Okay? Passenger transportation can be by air, road, rail or water. Passenger transportation can be by what, everyone? Air also. Airline companies can transport passenger. Road also, or it can be by rail also, or it can be by water. Always remember one thing, whenever transportation is by air, road, rail or water, whenever transportation of passenger is by road, air, road, rail or water, sir, one by one we'll go ahead and understand. Air transportation, if you are going to Batman's or coming back from Batman's over here, remember Batman's. So sir, if airline is going to Batman's or airline is coming from Batman's, if the flight is going to Batman's or flight is coming from Batman's, then Baba, in economy class, if you have booked the ticket, there is no GST. It goes ahead and says embarking from, flight is embarking from means flight is coming from or flight is going to, terminating in all this airport. Batman's, B for Bagdogra in West Bengal, A for Arunachal Pradesh, T for Tripura, M for Manipur, Meghalaya, Mizoram, A for Assam, N for Nagaland and Sikkim. It will always be exempted. There is no GST at all. So remember one thing, in the exam if they go ahead and tell you business class is always taxable. Remember economy class mein there is no GST. Done sir, this point is clear. The next one, road transportation mein, if you have stage road transportation mein, if road ke through passengers are being transported, then remember there are 3 types of carriages. One is stage carriage, one is contract carriage and one is all this metered cab motor cab, metered cab, auto rickshaw, e-rickshaw, etc. So stage carriers का case में all these local buses which goes in stages, one bus stop to another bus stop to another bus stop, those are known as stage carriers. Stage carriers का case में whenever passengers are being transported, you come for classes or for an example in a bus, and then Baba stage carriage which is there, which is a non-AC bus, then Baba they will not go ahead and charge you any GST. GST is exempt. But if the AC bus you have gone ahead and got into the AC bus and you are coming, AC if you can afford, government told you can afford GST and it shall be taxable. Road transportation, road ke through if transportation is done, which is contract carriage. Contract carriage means if you take any carriage on a contract to go from one point to another point, or might be you take it on a contract for hours or days, that's called a contract carriage, which you have gone ahead and taken it on contract. Done. So contract carriage is non-AC is always exempted. So for an example, I'll go ahead and tell you one person is standing with a Tata Sumo outside a bus stop and telling I'll go from one place to another place. Okay? For example, he's telling Srinagar bus stop is there. Srinagar to Gulmarg I will go. 50 rupees, passengers get in. So if he's taking passengers by non-AC contract carriage, it is exempted. He's telling one point to another point I'm going, I'm charging 50 rupees, that's my contract. So Baba, remember, then it is exempted. But if it is AC, taxable. Radio taxi, taxable. Tourism, taxable. If you take a contract carriage for AC, it is always taxable. Radio taxi, you booked a cab from home to the airport, taxable. It's under a contract that you're taking, the cab is going to take you from home to airport, but it is taxable. Tourism ke liye, if you take a contract carriage, taxable. Conducted tour, charter, hire, Baba, always taxable. Here one small clarification is there, wherein supposingly one non-AC contract carriage is hired by the firm for transportation of his employee. One firm went in and took one contract carriage which is non-AC and it is taken on hire by the firm for taking its employees from home to office, office to airport, etc. For this, the company has gone ahead and taken a non-AC contract carriage. Baba, contract carriage if you go ahead and take and it is at the disposal of the company over here, in this scenario you have taken it on hire, and hire is always taxable. If you take it on hire, it is always taxable. If it is non-AC contract carriage which is for transportation of passengers, public transport basically, then they are going ahead and telling it is exempted. Next. But if the company has gone ahead and taken it, even though it is non-AC, if you take it on hire, hire is always taxable. The next one over here is motor cab, metered cab, auto rickshaw. Baba, metered cab, which you show the hand and it will stop. Auto rickshaw, e-rickshaw is always exempted. Remember, it is always exempted. Metered cab, auto rickshaw, e-rickshaw is always exempted. Done, sir. This point is clear. The next one over here. Here, one point they have gone ahead and told. Ki sir, wherever the exemption is there, no, the exemption will not be applicable if this service are provided through e-commerce operator. In that scenario, the e-commerce operator will collect the GST and e-commerce operator will pay the GST. E-commerce will collect the GST and e-commerce operator will pay the GST. Wherever the exemptions are there, that exemption is not applicable if the service are supplied through e-commerce operator under section number 9.5. Done, sir. This point is clear. Railway ka case mein, remember, metro rail, monorail, tramway is always exempted. There is no GST. Indian Railways ka case mein always GST comes under forward charge mechanism. Yes, sir, you told Indian Railways ka case mein always GST will come under forward charge. But then, remember, non-AC is exempted. First class AC is always taxable. Done, sir. This point is clear. I want you guys to write over here and keep, sir, non-AC, or if by chance, if they tell you in the exam, sir, second class, remember, it is always exempted. Just like how we read, non-AC, second class is always exempted. First class, AC is always taxable. Done, sir. This point is clear. Water transportation. Water transportation, everyone listen to me very carefully. People can be transported through water. Might be coastal transportation. What will happen here? Here ferries are there. What ferries do? Ferries may people get inside the ferry. So I have gone ahead and drawn over here. See, ferries are there where people will get inside the ferry and they will be transported from one place to another place. In this scenario, they have gone ahead and told, sir, sea ka use if you are doing and public transport is there within India, it is always exempt. Tourism, it's always taxable. Sir, transportation outside India is always taxable. Done, sir. This point is clear. Now, inland waterways. What is inland waterways? Inland waterways means using the river. Now, government is telling if you are going and using inland waterways and you are transporting passenger, Baba, on the road you are avoiding avoiding traffic. Traffic is reducing because of you. Very good. You do one thing. Whenever you are doing transportation of public by what everyone? Waterways. Then Baba, there will be no GST. Government says inland waterways will always be exempted. Done, sir. This point is clear. Everyone over here now. Very, very important from exam point of view. They can go ahead and ask a small, not very important. It's a big graded, 2 to 3 marks by chance they can go ahead and ask. Air में please remember only economic class going to Batman coming from Batman is exempt. Road का case में stage carriage non-AC exempted, contract carriage non-AC exempted, metered cab, auto rickshaw, e-rickshaw exempted. But if provided through e-commerce taxable. रेल का केस में मोनोरेल, मेट्रो रेल, ट्रामवे इज ऑलवेज एग्जाम. रेलवे का केस में इंडियन रेलवे सेकंड क्लास नॉन एसी, सर सेकंड क्लास नॉन एसी इज एग्जेम्प्टेड. एसी फर्स्ट क्लास इज ऑलवेज टैक्सेबल. द नेक्स्ट इज वाटर का केस में सर पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट इज ऑलवेज एग्जेम्प्टेड. Tourism is always taxable. Taking people outside India is always taxable. Done, sir. And inland waterways is always exempted. Here, one ferry wala point is there. That, sir, these ferries which are run over here, these ferries which are run with, 1 minute. These ferries which are run for public transport, these ferries can be run by government also. These ferries can be run by PSU also. These ferries can be run by private sector also. Government told. Anyways, ferry is for public transport and ferries will always be exempted. That is what is being told. Private ferry ticket for transportation of passengers is exempt. Whether the ferry is owned and operated by private sector or PSU or government doesn't matter. Ferries are always exempted. Done, sir. This point is clear. The next one over here is transportation services given with respect to goods, which is there. Goods transportation can be by air, water, rail or road. Goods transportation can be by air, water, rail and road. Again, air transportation, always remember domestic within India is always taxable. From outside India, air transportation of goods, if you are getting the goods from outside India by air, international from outside India into India is always exempt. From India to outside India is always taxable. So, sir, air transportation from outside India to India or India, say if goods are being transported outside India, the airline company which is transporting your goods from outside India to India, no GST. But from India, if it is origin, then it will be taxable. Water transportation, again remember it can be coastal transport. What is coastal transport? Baba, in India from one coast to another coast, if goods are being transported, remember always taxable, but it is not applicable for random item. Random item is exempted. What is random item, everyone? Very, very important. Please remember for your exam. Relief material, agricultural produce, newspaper and magazine, defense and military equipment, organic manure, milk, salt, food grain, rice, flour and pulses. Again with me everyone. Relief material, agricultural produce, newspaper and magazine, defense and military equipment, organic manure, milk, salt, food grain. You took a bowl, you put some milk, you put some salt, you put some food grain, you put some flour, you put some rice and you put some pulses and you eat. Done, everyone. So remember this item, if it is being transported, coastal transportation within India only, from one coast to another coast, then it will be exempted. Ship ke through, if international transportation is happening, from outside India goods are coming to India or from India goods are going outside India, always remember ship ke through, huge transportation happens. From India goods go outside India and from outside India goods come to India. Government is going in and telling it is always taxable. Done, sir. This point is clear. The next one over here, sir, water transportation mein you have inland waterways which are there. Inland waterways say Baba you transport person or you transport goods, it is always exempted. The next is road transportation over here. Road transportation ka case mein, remember courier is always taxable. GTA we have gone ahead and understood already. Sir, GTA, where did you teach us? I went ahead and taught you here. GTA ka services we had already gone ahead and learned over here. Okay, sir, GTA going ahead and giving services to registered person, unregistered. Registered is TDS deductor, exempted. Other registered person, RCM. Sir, FB scoop, RCM, other unregistered person, it is always exempted. Yes, sir, the same thing I have gone ahead and written over here for GTA. You should remember, very, very important point is GTA, Baba, they can go ahead and ask a small point. Very, very important. GTA is always taxable, giving to TDS deductor, exempt, other person taxable. If unregistered person ko GTA is giving service which is FB scoop. What is FB scoop, everyone? Factory, body corporate, society, cooperative society, partnership firm. Partnership firm can be registered, unregistered, including LLP and AOP. It's always taxable. But if it is unregistered or unregistered casual taxable person, it will always be exempted. Done, sir. Point is clear. And here GTA doing transportation of specified goods. Baba, remember GTA or rail or If you are transporting by water, coastal transportation, if it is done by what? Done for what? Random item, it is always exempt. I'll tell you again, everyone, whether it is road transportation, basically done by GTA, or it is rail transportation, or it is coastal transportation, one coast to another coast in India, ship ke through, if you are transporting random item, please remember it will always be exempt. Everyone, what is random item? Relief material. I'm telling again and again because you will see one point in the exam. Relief material, agricultural produce, newspaper and magazine, defense and military equipment, organic manure, milk, salt, food grain, rice, flour and pulses. Done. Again, it says, sir, if one person is not a GTA, who is a GTA? A GTA is a person. A GTA is a person who issues consignment note. Bilty. Consignment note. Or a bilty. Consignment note is also called a bilty. If anyone is issuing a consignment note, what's a consignment note? It's a document wherein GTA says, I will take the goods from here to here. This one number of goods are there. This is my charges. They issue one consignment note. So if GTA issues a consignment note, Baba, GTA is the one who issues a consignment note. And they have gone ahead and told anyone issuing consignment note is a GTA. Done, sir. And in case of GTA, you will have to go ahead and see RCM is applicable. Right, everyone? Anyone other than a GTA, always remember individual truck wala, exempted. For example, I have a truck, I put the goods and I transport for people. I'm standing outside an electric shop. You put the goods in my truck, I transport it for you. I don't issue consignment note. My service will be exempted. Tempo operators are there who take goods in a tempo, no GST. Cart, bullock cart, horse cart, donkey cart, always GST will be exempted. Here, one small point came relating to renting of trucks and other vehicle. Always remember one thing. If you go ahead and put the goods in my truck and I transport it for you, I'm an individual truck operator. I'm transporting the goods for you. There is no GST. But if I go ahead and give you my whole truck on rent with a person saying, sir, you can use it however you want. I'm going ahead and giving you the truck on rent. In class, we had understood KGF for example. Do you remember? So I have gone ahead and given you the truck with operator and I've told however you want you can use for taking the goods from your place to the railway station to back, taking to the railway station, getting the goods back, all these things, whatever you want, I've given you the truck with operator, you use however you want. This is not transportation service. It is renting of truck with operator service that is taxable. Remember, transportation service means my truck is there. I told put the goods, I will transport it to you. I did not issue consignment note. I am an individual truck wala. Not issuing consignment note, my service is exempt. But if I rent out my whole truck to someone, that is not transportation service, that is renting of truck service, which is taxable. Renting of truck and other vehicle with drivers for a period is services of renting of transport vehicle with operator and not services of transportation of goods by road. And remember one thing, renting of truck with another vehicle with driver is a taxable service. It is not exempted. Done, sir. This point is clear. Other than that, if you see over here, this point, I like it, everyone. I have seen some big question mein this point has been seen in the exam. So please be very careful. If you give on hire, giving on hire. For example, I am over here. State transport undertaking. I will say Karnataka state transport undertaking is there. Karnataka state transport undertaking is there. And I have gone ahead and given them a motor vehicle for transportation of person. The sitting capacity is more than 12 passenger. Then Baba, remember, when I give the motor vehicle on rent, I will not go ahead and charge any GST. That is what is being told. If you give to a state transport undertaking a motor vehicle to carry more than 12 passenger, one bus I have gone ahead and given to them. Whatever charges I am taking, rent, I should not go ahead and charge any GST. Okay? If I give electric vehicle to a local authority means, Baba, your local transport who is doing, like example, Bangalore, maybe we have the BMTC which is there, which is running the local buses. If I give one electric vehicle to them, whatever charges I take monthly, I should not go ahead and charge any GST. If you give a local authority ko electric vehicle to carry more than 12 passenger, please remember this, Baba, they will go ahead and trap you on this point in the exam. Done, sir? If you give it to a local authority, electric vehicle, might be I got one electric bus and I gave it to on rent. I bought it, I gave it on rent to local authority, I should not go ahead and charge any GST. Or if I am going ahead and giving A GTA, a means of transportation, one goods transport agency is there. I gave them one truck on rent. If I give them one truck on rent, whatever rent I am charging, I should not go ahead and charge any GST. This point I have seen in big question. Very, very important. Please be very careful. Done, sir. These points are clear. Other than that, satellite launch service, Baba. ISRO is there, Antriksh is there, Indian Space Research Organization, New Space India Limited, Antriksh Organization, all these people who are there, Antriksh Limited, all these people who are there, they send your satellite to the space. So their satellite launch services are always exempted. Nothing very important. Granting of national permit to goods carriage. Remember, goods carriage, when national permit is given, national permit, you would see in the truck it is written national permit. Baba, government gives them the national permit. State government gives them the national permit and one fees is taken. So when state government is giving national permit and charging one fees, state government will not charge GST. But it is only when it is given to goods vehicle. If it is given to passenger vehicle, it is taxable. Done, sir. Other than this, Baba, nothing. Airlines going ahead and giving state government co, central government co, transportation service where government is giving them viability gap funding. Baba is exempted for the first 3 years, nothing very important. And one is services associated with transit cargo going to and coming from Nepal. Baba, whenever any transit cargo related service is given. So for an example, one Nepalese guy has ordered some goods from Dubai. Dubai says the goods came to India and from India the goods are going to Nepal. So when the goods are going from India to Nepal, it is transiting through India. To transport those goods, if I go ahead and give any services in India, I should not go ahead and charge GST. That is what is called services associated with transit cargo, which is going through India, meant for Nepal for an example, but came from Dubai, meant for Nepal, it is just going through India. So whatever charges I take for transportation of those goods, for an example, to Nepal, Bhutan, I should not charge any GST. Any transit cargo related service which is going to Nepal and Bhutan has been exempted. Done, sir. This point is clear. Be graded from exam point of view. Sir, if I go ahead and see in the exam, which are the most important point? Baba, the most important point are these 4 which I have told you. These 4 which I have told you, don't leave it. And also the state transport undertaking wala point which I have told you are very, very important. Right, everyone? Be graded from exam point of view, but I request please see this chart properly and go. They can go ahead and ask a question. Closing my revision on transportation service. Congratulations, people. I'll talk about these points. ठीक है. See, in your RTP, this time you have a question on section number 29.2. Very, very important section number 29.2, Baba. Today at home, you have to read this question, which is question number 10. Question number 9, we have already gone ahead and done in the class. So question number 9 of your RTP is anyways done. Question number 9 and 10 you will be doing today at home. ठीक है. So today at your home, you will do question number 9 and you will do question number 10. It is very, very important from exam point of view. Question number 9 and question number 10. You must do it today. See, I have gone ahead and already told you these 2 questions. Both the question you will be practicing today at home. Now everyone, please come back to your chart book. Please come back to your chart book. The next chart which we have is relating to admission related service. I'll do it for 5 minutes and then we'll go ahead and close our class. Okay, everyone? Done, people? First of all, please tell me, are we all 100% clear? Is everyone 100% clear till here? Are we all clear? Can we go ahead, everyone? Yes, sir. Clear, clear, clear. Okay. Now listen. Here, admission related service, C graded from exam point of view. C graded from exam point of view, but we'll quickly go ahead and cover admission related service. What do you mean by admission related service, everyone? Admission related services means selling of entry ticket. Baba, whenever entry tickets are being sold, it says museum related entry ticket, national park related, wildlife sanctuary, tiger reserve, zoo. Whenever entry tickets are sold, any amount, there will be no GST. So, for an example, one zoo is there. Zoo is gone ahead and sold entry ticket for 1000 rupees. Zoo will not go ahead and charge any GST. The next is entry ticket for protected monument, which are declared as a protected monument under the Archaeological Sites and Remain Act. For example, Qutub Minar, Taj Mahal, all this guy, if you go and buy the entry ticket, there is no GST at all. The next one over here is admission related service. Mein we have circus, dance, theatrical program, drama, ballet, award function, concert, pageant, musical performance, any sporting event other than recognized sporting event or a recognized sporting event. Recognized sporting event like cricket, hockey, etc. Can you tell me any sporting event which is not recognized in India? Can you tell me, everyone? Sporting event which is not recognized in India. Not recognized. Any other sporting event which is not recognized? What example I told you in the class? Sir, you had gone ahead and told that you remember my drawing, my beautiful drawing. Huh, sir? Hey, no, wait. I love drawing. You remember? Sir, Jallikattu, you are told that bull wala running, bull will be running behind people. Okay, that Jallikattu festival, which I had gone ahead and told you, Jallikattu, that sporting event which is there. Yes, sir. Next, recognized sporting event or planetarium, etc. Always remember one thing, whenever they are going ahead and selling the ticket, and it will be exempted only if the consideration is up to 500 rupees per person. If it is being charged, then the GST will be exempted. 500 rupees per person. If it is more than 500 rupees, entire amount will get taxed. Remember, if it is more than 500 rupees, entire amount will get taxed. Done, sir. People, this relating to FIFA and which one is there? No, this FIFA wala point is total bakwas over here. It is just for a reading purpose, nothing very important. Everyone over here now, listen. Sir, I have written some point over here. Any water park, amusement park, films, fully taxable. Film city, snow city, etc. is fully taxable. Cinema hall, fully taxable, Baba. Done. This point is the most important part in this chapter, in this chart, that whenever there is an artist who is going ahead, if there is an artist which is going ahead and giving services by way of performance in folk or classical art form of music, dance, theatre, etc., it is exempted if the consideration charge is 1.5 lakh. So, for an example, this Bharatanatyam artist is there. You have called them for an event and they went ahead and charged you up to 1.5 lakh. Then they will not go ahead and charge you any GST. You called Shah Rukh Khan for Chamak Chalo dance, or you told him, sir, do lungi dance, and he went ahead and charged 1 lakh rupees. Baba, for them the amount is taxable. If the performance in folk or classical art form like म्यूजिक में बांग्रा, राजस्थानी सॉन्ग, डांस में भरतनाट्यम, थिएटर एक्सेट्रा का, always remember, if there's people are going ahead and charging up to 1.5 lakh, it will be exempted. More than 1.5 lakh, entire amount taxable. Now, Bollywood songs में it is always taxable. It's not folk and classical art form, it is always taxable. If all these people become the brand ambassador, then Baba, remember, as a brand ambassador, if they are working for a company, even if they are doing performance for that company, but if they are the brand ambassador of that company, any amount charged by them will always be taxable. This is one very beautiful point. This 500 rupees wala point, please remember these 2 points. These are the only 2 important points from this chart. I'll do one thing, everyone. I'll close my revision on admission related services over here. In the next class, we'll go ahead and discuss about agriculture, and we will continue our discussion. Right, everyone? I hope everybody enjoyed the revision. I'll see you guys in the next class. But today, at home, you have to practice some question answer from your registration chapter, From your composition ka chapter, first of all, from composition, do some 2-3 questions which are told, which I have gone ahead and told. Anyways, when we are discussing the class, the question answer from our smart, correct? I'd gone ahead and told you these are good questions. Those questions at least you practice. And secondly, so some important question you should do. If you have a smart material, you can use the smart material. If you don't have it, use the ICI material and solve. But question answer solving is very important. Done, sir. That I will go ahead and do. I'll go ahead and see you tomorrow. Ha, Baba, if you don't do question answers, gone, Baba, gone. Gone. If you don't do question answers, it is very important. You must do question answers. So, composition question, registration chapter, some questions, whichever important points I've told. Go through some questions from registration chapter, and exemption also do some questions on the paragraphs which on the areas which you have gone ahead and covered. I'll see you guys tomorrow when we'll go ahead and do agriculture. Right, everyone? I'll do one thing. I'll close my revision over here. Have a great day, everyone. Bye, guys. Now, people with doubts can go ahead and ask their doubts. And if people don't have any doubts, I'll see you guys tomorrow morning, 7:30. Tomorrow we have the class till 1:30. Okay, everyone? Tomorrow we have 7:30 to 1:30. Tomorrow we'll have little longer class. Tomorrow's target, value exemption, then value of supply till time of supply. Value of supply, tax invoice, accounts and record, e-way bill, and time of supply tomorrow. Practice whichever amendments I have told you, Kirtana, you can take care of that. That's all. Till third we have it. Chetan, by chance anything goes is balanced, then we'll do it on fourth. Third or fourth. Diksha, it's okay. You can go ahead and use the same material, but please be careful about the amendments. Whichever amendments I am telling you in the class, this is an amendment, this is an amendment, please take care of it. Amendment parts you have to take care. When you are doing question answers, please be very careful. Cautiously remember whatever amendments I have told you, take care of the amendment parts. Done, everyone? Any other doubts? Done, Baba, done. Ha, Baba, done. Do question answers, otherwise gone, Baba, gone. Love you too, Saket. Thank you. Bye, everyone. Have a great day. I'll see you guys tomorrow morning, 7:30. Bye, everyone. Please practice question answers and then come for tomorrow's class. Bye, bye. Bye, everyone. Bye, bye, bye.